Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. It's everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, what's going on?
Hey.
Hello. Hi.
How are you guys? How have you been? How was your weekends? I had missed you all yesterday.
Oh, that's right. You were gone yesterday.
Like a coward.
During
Yeah.
football season? How are you going to take a day off during football season? I haven't taken
Well,
any
I was
days off
working,
recently.
just not here.
Interesting.
Sorry.
Yeah. How was the game?
Horrible.
Yeah, they won by a lot of
I was
points.
punished. I felt like it was being punished.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Watching
So-
Nebraska wins is punishment to Connor Happer. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Poor Omaha taking it in the shorts. It's terrible.
Yeah.
I guess the red dots beat well, I guess they're not really the blue dots, are they? They're
They're
the
both
red
the
and black
The
dots.
red and black dots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Nebraska is the scarlet and cream.
No, I was
dots.
talking about Omaha.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because remember, black's not one of their colors.
It
But they
is,
are
though.
but they are one of their colors.
It is,
Cream
though.
is
The
barely one of
scarlet
their
and the
colors.
cream and black.
And black.
I think Nebraska should stop calling themselves Scarlet and Cream if they're not going to use cream in anything.
Yeah, Nick has gotten on a kick now.
I'm pretty cream-pilled.
He's cream-pilled.
All of their white or all of their cream is just white, but make it cream. Just make it cream. And then Josh's argument, which is a good argument, it's like, well, then it just looks like it's dirty. It's supposed to be white and it's dirty, which I get, but it's a good color combination.
Nebraska
and
has
they can figure
tried
it out.
many, many horrible basketball uniforms that they tried to make look like cream.
I like the
and
cream
they just look
basketball
like they have
uniforms.
coffee spilled on
See,
them.
I like those.
It does.
It's
It does look like
it's the football ones that I don't like. Mainly the
Hey,
stripes.
look, our managers are idiots. They don't know how to wash
the
clothes.
stripes look bad. See, but I like the cream baseball uniforms.
Maybe if they
For
just
some reason, it works better with baseball.
Yeah, it does.
Just
It's
like
a
wearing
common
all
color.
white works better
So
with baseball.
you don't think if Nebraska
for
did a
football.
full redesign of the uniform that they couldn't make it look good?
Adidas is involved, so no.
Of basketball,
Football.
So you want the pants to be truly cream.
Yeah.
you want them to be actually cream.
And you want the stripes on the jerseys to be cream.
Yes,
And
because
you
I
want
think-
the road jerseys to be cream.
I think red and cream look really good together. I do.
yeah, but don't red and white.
It's basic. Everybody's red and white.
But
and
does it look good?
It looks
Not
fine,
really.
but it's kind of boring. It's fine. I'm just so used to everything's red and white. There was 3 high schools back home.
See,
that were
I
red
think
and
you're
white.
more mad at the red than you are the white.
I don't think so.
Everybody in the Big Ten is red.
Everybody in the Big
well,
Ten is
a
red,
lot
just
of-
like
a-
everyone in the
well,
Big
a lot
East
Big East is blue.
Everybody
a
in
lot
the
of
Big East
people
is
in the Big East is blue.
Mhm.
So
So
I-
the SEC is filled with tigers.
The unoriginality is more in the red than it is in the white.
I agree.
I think you're more mad at the red than the white.
2 different arguments. I do hate that everything in the Big Ten is red. That's boring. But I also think that red and cream would look better than red and white. for
All right,
Nebraska.
here's
very
a
weird.
radical suggestion for those of you who insist that black is one of their colors.
Yeah.
What if Nebraska switched their colors to black and white? Got rid of the red.
Oh, that'd be a bummer.
Why would it be a bummer?
There would be a
Because
black
A would be
and-
different than Iowa is black, but
Yeah, there are other schools that black is their predominant color, right? Guess how many of those
outside
schools
of
are there?
Iowa,
this is
there's
how
no
we-
one else in the Big Ten.
Maybe this is how
That
we
would
get
be
rid of the
radical.
curse. Rebrand.
It's
Change
time
the
to
Cornhuskers.
It's time to
Change
the whole
change the
shebang.
Cornhuskers.
Destroy Memorial Stadium.
Change the colors. Yeah.
Make
rebrand.
make the colors green and yellow, like Oregon, but more corn.
Schools do rebrands all the time.
No. You can't have multiple green and yellow. That's too much.
Fine, yellow and green.
Schools do
Well,
rebrand. I mean, Creighton did a rebrand. They look a lot better.
They did.
Yeah, but they didn't change their colors
didn't change
or
their
their
mascot.
nickname.
Yeah. I mean, Billy just changed into an alien, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, no, he just
There's still
looks
no
more
space.
bird-like.
No, he looks like an alien now.
He doesn't look
John.
like an alien.
An
He looks like a
alien bird.
Looks like a
Billy got possessed by an alien.
Billy
He's
looks
angry
like an
now.
alien.
He's like when the Arizona Cardinals changed and their bird is like, look at me. Look at me.
Billy's like
I'm the Cardinal.
alien from Men in Black, where it was like that roach that just kind of wore that dude as a suit.
sugar water.
Yes.
I hated that character.
He's
That character
gross.
sucked.
Billy looks like an alien.
Mm.
But anyway, rebrands have been done. Well,
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
maybe that's the next move here.
Wow.
We're going down every avenue.
Trying
That
to
rule
figure out.
said, "I will not stop until it is fixed."
That would be one thing to do.
That is a thing not
They're
to stop.
putting grass in.
Yep.
That could lead to positivity?
Well, it depends. I mean, will he still be here next year to put in the grass?
Don't, John.
God.
Satterfield won't, but yeah.
Oh no, we already have our new OC.
Yeah. I told this to John when I arrived. I said, I think people are already out on Holgorsen. What if you did?
Already?
Yes.
Wait, really?
See, I have not seen any of the takes, so this is all new to me.
Wait. Why do you think that?
Because of the responses that I'm getting to the news of Dana Holgorsen, the immediate, this offense can't work in the Big Ten.
How could you be
Good
mad?
luck
You
to
don't
this
even know
offense in the
what
Big
he's
Ten.
doing.
No. It is betting with the house. Husker fans, if you want to bet with the house says Nebraska always loses. That's what you do. And so people are like, I don't buy this offense.
I don't mind that
do you
theory.
think that's the reason why they're against Holgorsen?
And because it's the Big Ten, you can't have an offense like this in the Big Ten. I have a take.
I don't mind the theory.
I hate the Big Ten, and I hate everybody that props up the Big Ten and worships it as this type of.
That's a great take.
Yeah. Now, the school Happer hates the most right now, it's not like they're winning in rough and tumble ways. What does Indiana do? They throw the ball all over the yard.
That's right.
Guy's a candy cane Band-Aid.
He has no fingernail on his thumb.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter. They're fine. I hate this league because everyone's like that.
I hate this stupid league, for sure.
Every response is just, this offense won't work at the Big Ten.
Handshake
Haven't you seen our teams? They're tough. I wish that last year's Pac-12 teams could have joined the Big Ten this year. Washington throwing the ball all over the place.
I wish that Scott Frost would have actually did what he was
worked hard,
what he was trying to do.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
The
league really needs a comeuppance. It does.
What was for us?
Well, I mean, the league's been getting a comeuppance for years. The only reason Michigan won last year is because they were so damn old.
That too, yeah, that too.
But
he was trying, Nick, to have
He was trying to score 50 points.
Fast pace offense, spread them out, speed.
Okay.
The issue is you got to recruit the speed.
Yeah.
But that wasn't totally it. It was all. Remember,
bad coaching.
It was blending the speed with the old-fashioned Husker power.
Yeah, that was the problem.
That's what he was trying. He was trying to basically create a Frankenstein's monster.
Just do the speed.
Something like this is what I was trying to ask about yesterday. Badly. I feel like Nebraska's trying to fast forward what, all the coaches are just, okay, I want to do this. And instead of trying to build to what they currently have as strengths, they're just trying to box everybody in. And so they're not recruiting to try to find strengths. They're just kind of recruiting and all right, you're going to do this and not something I think you could excel in yourself.
Happer?
I'm
not sure what you're
Build the team to their strengths is what I'm trying to say. Build the team to their strengths. Don't try to build them to what you think.
What's their strength?
Josh, I don't think they have one.
And
that's the problem.
They do not have a strength.
No.
Zero strengths.
Their brains are severed from their heads.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's happening.
They
have no brains. They have had lobotomies performed on them.
But every movie, like Bad News Bears, where there's a really bad team of people, the coach who comes in, he finds out who's good at what, and then he puts them.
Yeah,
we did that for Movie Club.
The problem is that Nebraska is not a conventional form of bad. They are actually they're actually kind of good, right? They have good football players, but their brains don't work.
Oh,
that's the problem. It's a newfangled bad. It doesn't exist anywhere else. Their bad is unique to everybody else's bad. It's not that they're bad at football. It's that their brains don't work.
John, your thoughts?
You
know what I thought, Happer?
I just think they're I guess this is a different way of saying it. They're just mentally weak.
That's exactly what I say. Yeah,
right.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Well, I should say, I
don't think Nebraska has bad
mental
football players.
toughness. They lack mental toughness.
Yes.
They lack the ability to, when something bad happens, it's oh no, here
generationally ingrained lack of mental toughness,
which is weird because most of the people on this roster, even the older ones, aren't from here. They came from elsewhere. So they haven't been ingrained entirely into the last 20 years of, oh no, here we go again.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I suppose you can adapt some of those
blood.
things. I suppose you can adapt some of those things if you've lived here for a couple of years.
It's like when you marry into a family. It's your family now.
I guess.
It's not just the in-laws. They're your family.
I guess, but I wonder where that comes from. Because it's not like they sit there and have meetings. Everyone, remember, after practice, it's the, oh no, here we go again meeting, where they sit around in a room and they go over the minutes and say, okay, this week in, oh no, here we go again. It's time for feeling sorry for each other. It's not like they do that. So where does it come from?
I can't make sense of it, John. I don't know.
Where
Well,
does that
Happer,
come from?
didn't you say on the pod with Mitch today, like it did seem like you were getting close almost to saying because of how much people care and how we're always.
I think that's a factor.
Yeah.
Yep.
What, they don't care anywhere else?
Well, not at Baylor and Temple to the level they do here. Basically, the point that he was making was like you can do stuff in anonymity there that you can't do here.
So this is just a direct focus on Rule. This is not about the team. This is about
Rule
Matt
plus
Rule.
Nebraska.
Yeah, and every coach before Rule.
Yeah, but I'm speaking from the standpoint of the players. Where does it come from inside the players? Because they're the ones that have the, oh no, here we go again mentality that Matt Rule has talked about. And we're all now acknowledging as either their brains being severed or lack of mental
Severance.
toughness.
Season 2 coming soon.
Yeah, I got to start my 3 months Apple TV trial at the right time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So,
John, I don't know. I don't know how you get the disease. I just know that you get it. You know?
I mean, John, every player that enters the program right now, it's not like they're entering this program that's had a ton of success. And so it's rotten to the core.
Blow it up.
You would disagree that it's rotten to the core right now?
well, if they were rotten to the core, they wouldn't be winning at all.
That's not true. That's exactly where the inconsistencies lie, right? They have good players. They're recruiting good players. They have good players.
So are you telling me that the wins earlier this season were just simply because the players were good, not because there wasn't this mental thing?
I'm saying that for whatever
reason.
reason, during those moments, they forgot they were sick.
Haven't you ever felt sick and then you get out and you do something, you're like, wow, I feel pretty good. And then you get home and you crash. I've had work days like that where I got in, did the show, and then 6 o'clock happened.
Bad days.
And I'm like, I feel like I'm going to fall asleep at this exact moment
Adrenaline.
in time.
I mean, this would be a great psychological analysis.
It would be. It really would be.
It would be a great psychological analysis because I'm sure a lot of the stuff, the outside noise and everything else certainly does, have some effect. I'm not saying it has the ultimate effect, but it does have some because this is a unique market. But
why is this place so unique? What is it about here that is so much more unique than?
Well, because
Alabama's full of psychos.
No, but again, this is the smallest state with the greatest amount of success in football history.
And in the big two sports, right? In men's
and in the big
basketball?
two sports.
Yeah.
There is no other college team at this high a level, high meaning, the highest level of its sport, that has succeeded as much with as few people as Nebraska. Alabama is a bigger state.
It is. You're not wrong.
Oklahoma is a bigger state.
Yeah.
Obviously, California, Texas, Florida, Georgia, all bigger states. This is the smallest state that has had the most success in any of the major two college sports.
Yeah, I forget. What's the next state that has won? And we don't have to go all time. Let's just go since BYU won it in 84. So 85 onward. What is the smallest state that has had a national championship coach? Because Nebraska is at 38th.
Well, the states that have won...
Oklahoma, I believe, would be the answer.
Yeah, I believe Oklahoma's
28th.
Right. And Oklahoma's population right now is what?
As of July of last year, it was 4 million.
So they're double. They're double the size of Nebraska.
Yeah.
So Nebraska
How many people are in Louisiana?
That was actually the next school that I noticed on here, state. They're 4.5. 4.5.
So again, Nebraska is 50%
of
the size
Oklahoma.
of Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Another state that has accomplished at the highest level of college football or men's college basketball.
Yeah, for sure.
That has multiple championships.
Louisiana's got other stuff to do, though. They got the Saints. They got basketball. Things like that.
They have the Pelicans.
Well,
people
LSU
love the
basketball.
Pelicans.
Right, but for the longest time, a lot of folks considered LSU
hockey?
to be underachieving.
Pelicans?
Only until the last 20-ish years.
To Zion Williamson plays
Yeah,
for.
that's true.
There are a lot of basketball teams that I forget exist.
Look at the Pelicans.
Wow, that's a tough look.
It's
So
basketball.
that's why it is different here. No, you're right. I mean, there's an enormous amount of passion in Alabama and in Louisiana and other states. But in terms of in terms of what it means to the collective psyche of the state, I dare say there's not another state like this one.
It's very well because we don't have any other schools that play major college football.
So Josh, the
question
the question that Josh is asking is like functionally, what can't you do that you can do at other places, or like what makes it harder here? You know,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't.
The population base is part of it.
Like there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into it, but I don't know if I could pinpoint. Like that'd be a good question for all the coaches who have come here and have had high expectations and high hopes and thought they were onto something and then got fired within 3 years. That'd be a great question for those guys.
Yeah.
Why? What happened?
See, I know we joke about podcasts all the time. I would love for Bo Pelini, Scott Frost, Mike Riley, Bill Callahan. I'd love it. I'd love for them to sit around and just be like, give me your thoughts.
Oh my God.
I would love to know what they actually think of this place.
Oh my God.
And why it's so difficult. And it's so funny too, because you have a varying level of success. Only Frost of that group truly bombed out. You know, Callahan went to a conference championship game. Bo went to 3 of them.
Yeah, Bo is really
his career has aged spectacularly, right?
Third winningest coach in program history.
Mike Riley won 9 games in a season. So like all those guys except for Frost did have success. So it's like, what is it? What is so difficult? You know, because I mean, certainly Callahan didn't view the population as an issue, at least front facing and in the way in which he recruited. He recruited in a way. I mean, he attacked all the time. And it worked. He got some of the best players of the century to come to the school, you know.
But Bill, he was not comfortable with the.
No, he definitely was not.
Yeah.
He definitely was not.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't. But in terms of how they functioned, his had the best opportunity because he was able to bring in players. And he was a good tactician. He's a good coach.
But his time.
He just,
I had this thought earlier, like most places when they have good players and they end, it just doesn't come out on the other side looking. It's because of some other powers or other things that are going on above their head, right? It's administrative things.
Well, that was a lot of
Callahan had maybe the worst boss.
That's what happened during Bill's time.
Because Peterson was so toxic.
Yes.
I still maintain it. While a lot of people, focus their hatred towards Callahan, it was really focused at Steve Peterson.
It should be, yeah, for sure.
His problems.
He was guilty by association.
That was there.
Yeah.
The other coaches, Riley, it was a factor during his time.
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, I mean, but Riley's problem was he was doomed from the start.
Yeah, he was never.
People were like, "What is this?" From the very beginning, and they were just looking for reasons to say this isn't going to work.
Yeah. I remember early on, before he even coached a game, there was a family member who was like making fun of Riley because he was like nice to people. And I was like, wow, really? That is like a negative?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
And sure enough, it was something that people used against him his entire career.
Of course.
And he's a nice guy. That's a nice guy.
And now he's placing some of the biggest votes in America today.
Oh, man.
As a member of the playoff committee.
That happens tonight, Happer.
Yeah.
They unveiled
Thank you for the reminder.
The top 25.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to record.
What'll Indiana be ranked?
So Severe texted me about that earlier. He said that some person who does a good job of predicting had them 5th. He thinks that they'll be 5th.
Yeah, I was thinking 5 or 6.
Yeah. You think they're going to be lower, right? Yeah. So
really?
That means we disagree. I think I did it, and because I texted Michael, I said I think they'll be 6th, and then I did the exercise, and I was like, you know what? Actually, I think they're going to be 5th.
Not like
I think strength of schedule is going to be
okay.
See, but who do you have in front of them? I mean, I guess this is going to be our segment later. So
yeah, this will be our segment later.
But it's hard to make an argument on because if you want to say like Miami, right? They played with their food too much.
They're not Pitt.
But Miami's a conference leader, so
if Pitt had won this past weekend, they would still be an undefeated power team, and they'd be like 14th.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
They're definitively not that.
No.
They're definitively not that.
They've beaten everyone they've played by 14 or more.
They can't put them they can't put Indiana much lower.
I just don't know what the argument would be to have them lower.
Yeah.
Like that
because the schedule is weak right now.
But it's kind of weak. I mean, unless you're talking about multiple 1 and 2 loss teams in front of them. That's what you must mean is are you gonna have a 2-loss team above Indiana?
You'll find out.
Wow.
Oh my God.
You'll find out.
Who's the hater of Indiana?
No, it's not a hater. It's not a hater, but I do think with everything that's been said about, especially from Petiti and from Sankey about, emphasizing how powerful our leagues are. Now, sure, Indiana is a member of the Big Ten, but hell, you're seeing it in the damn AP. They just finally broke into the top 10.
Yeah.
But there is
Nebraska?
a collective mindset that still looks at the name Indiana. And so subconsciously, I think that's going to be at play. But then I also think that because this first poll is going to send a message.
I'll have the answer for you, Happer. I think I know your question.
This first poll is going to send
awesome
a message, and I think that message is going to be the people who you play matter.
So here's my question.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if you read my mind.
Are you going to ask what was Nebraska's ranking in the 2016 first playoff rankings?
Damn.
Boom. That's how it's done. So
That's awesome.
The college football playoff rankings,
They were 7, right?
they came out. No, they were 7 in the AP poll going into the Wisconsin game.
Yeah.
Before the next game versus Ohio State.
Oh, so the rankings were out yet when they were still undefeated.
Correct. So they
Okay.
were 7-1.
Yeah.
Going into that game. What's your guess?
I think it was 9.
13.
That's what they were in the AP. They were 10th.
Okay.
And who had they beaten? Nobody.
Nobody. And
But
they had
again-
lost to Wisconsin.
But
And they lost to Wisconsin.
well, I do think there's going to be more focus today on strength of schedule than there was then. Obviously, it's a whole different group of people. And now there's room to quote unquote fudge a little bit because you're picking 12 teams for a playoff.
that
not
is definitely
4.
true.
That's true.
But you could use that as an argument actually the other way, where it's like actually not a big deal because they're undefeated and we'll figure it out,
Right. But I think, and obviously Indiana is going to have a chance to improve its resume, with, especially with Ohio State.
I can't wait to see where you have them because, like, as I tried to figure out the teams that I would actually put above them or what I think the committee will do, I couldn't make an argument in my head for Penn State because who have they beaten? They haven't beaten anybody, right? What's their best one? What's Penn State's best one? USC. And USC stinks now. They're 4-5.
But a lot of power polls, like our buddy K Ford, they still have them pretty high.
That's true, but it's the committee.
No, I know, but I mean they're using similar analytics.
Yeah. What's Tennessee's best win?
Analytics.
Oh, they beat Bama. That's a nice win.
Tennessee beat Bama.
They did beat Bama, but they've also played in a lot of close games.
Yes,
See, that's what I think is going to ultimately weigh out in the positive for Indiana is they are just killing people. And they're going to be like, look, because what's that stat they love? Game control. It's them and Army for the best game control in the country. They trailed for the first time last week.
I mean,
And then they took the lead.
they smashed, like, the competition has gotten more difficult the last couple of weeks.
It's just that they're
and they've
embarrassing
continued
them.
to smash them.
Yeah.
Right?
What are
They,
people?
they beat the crap out of Washington. They beat the crap out of Michigan State.
Yeah. What are people respond? Michigan's not having a very good year, obviously, but it's like if they go and do that again, they're 2 touchdown favorites. Over Michigan.
Yeah, what would need to happen in order
But
for
Michigan's really fallen on hard
No, they
times.
have. They definitely have.
like would Indiana need to win that game like 45-14 or something
For
like
people
that?
to really finally.
and people are like,
I just think it's going to take the Ohio State game.
I think the Michigan game will help, no doubt. Because right now, as it stands, according to K Ford, the best win is against Washington. And they were 42nd. That's in K Ford.
yeah.
I mean, that's pretty low for your best
What's
win.
Michigan on K Ford right now?
Michigan's 44.
So it doesn't do anything.
But
so what if Indiana wins by a touchdown or 3?
Yeah. Then
The people are going to be like, well,
yeah.
Yeah.
I just have a feeling Indiana's going to be picked on because their schedule has been weak.
See, and I'm viewing. So this is where John and I disagree. And we talked about this a little yesterday. I think Indiana is in as long as they go 11-1. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I think this team is
probably.
I think they're a.
yeah.
I think okay. I thought you
yeah.
seemed like a little yesterday. Like I don't know.
They probably are, but
I think they're a lot.
But we don't know who else is. We don't know how everything is going to play out.
Well, one thing we do know is
There will be 2-loss SEC, at least a 2-loss SEC team that will be rated higher than Indiana. At least one.
Indiana.
At the end, I'm saying at the end, if
yeah.
if Indiana's 11-1, there will be at least a 2-loss SEC team, maybe multiple that are ahead of Indiana.
I mean, we've been saying this for multiple. Indiana is in the playoff. Indiana is going to the playoff. They are going to the playoff.
Wow. So you just argue?
I'm like 75% sure.
Yeah. See, I have no doubt. They're beating teams by too many points.
But again, they haven't beaten anybody.
They're beating.
And if they let's say they lose to Ohio State by 14.
Okay.
Say they lose to Ohio State by 14. And
Normal result.
And let's say they beat Michigan, their usual, 35-10 or something like that.
And then they
of course
destroy Purdue.
And then they have Purdue, which isn't a big deal.
Yeah.
There's a good chance you're going to have maybe 3 2-loss SEC teams who will have some really good wins.
See, but the thing I think you're forgetting right now, John, is the SEC is about to cannibalize itself to the point where you're not going to have as many. You're going to have more 3-loss teams.
Possibly.
LSU or Bama's going to drop off because one of them's going to lose. Ole Miss is going to lose to Georgia, I think, next week. And so then Ole Miss would go from 2 to 3. Now, if they pulled the upset, that'd be a different thing entirely.
Right, but you're still
Texas A&M has to play Texas still.
But you're still left with the possibility of 2-loss Texas A&M, Alabama and or LSU, one of those two.
Yep.
Tennessee, Texas, Georgia. Now I know one of those teams is going to win the league.
Yeah,
but
I actually think you're going to have a lot more 3-loss teams in there.
Yeah, because Texas A&M is going to lose to Texas.
But if the team that goes and loses to Georgia ends up with 3 losses,
well, that's the other thing. Yeah, how do they treat that team? Is pretty interesting. Yeah.
So that's where my concern is with Indiana. Plus, if Notre Dame wins out,
if they're doing it
I think Notre Dame blocks out Indiana.
No way.
Yes.
Why?
Notre Dame's will have a better win.
Oh, they have the A&M one. Yeah, you're right.
They'll have a better win than anything.
No,
Indiana's
that's fair.
got.
That's fair. That's a good point.
If they're doing it like the years past, I mean, those teams who lost in the conference championship games really. That is a bad deal for them. They get dinged.
Yeah.
I mean, unless the committee treats it like the conference championship weekend in basketball.
What I would be
kind of like, you're kind of locked in.
The thing I'm going in with a little bit of blindness is the ex-coaches like Mike Riley on the committee.
Mm-hmm.
They will look more favorably on Indiana than maybe others will, because coaches appreciate undefeated seasons no matter or those types of things more than maybe the analytics do.
Sure.
Right.
Where they're like, look at the 0 or look at the 1 in the loss column.
Right. So
they won all their games.
You got Jim Grobe, who's on the committee.
Gary
Pinkel's on the committee. Mac Rhodes he's a former AD. Mike Riley's on the committee. Wow, those are the only ex-coaches.
So this idea falls apart like a house of cards.
By the way, the picture they are using on this website of Mike Riley was probably taken in
he has hair on the top of his head.
I mean, it's dark hair and he's got more of it. It's like, wow, they used a really old picture.
I don't think he only had one headshot the whole time he was at Oregon State.
By the way, he is not the only Husker ties on the committee. Will Shields is also on the committee.
GBR.
Nebraska's got 2.
He got married in Jack's backyard.
Nebraska's got 2 significant X's on the committee.
If only they wouldn't have no-showed in 2 games this.
Yeah,
sad. John, the Rams have made a trade.
There has been a trade.
What did we do?
Matt Stafford. No, just kidding.
Puka Nacua.
Tre'Davious White and the 2027 7th rounder to the Ravens. That's a big deal.
I think. Oh yeah.
No, they were looking to trade him.
Why? Do they hate him?
Yeah.
Drama.
Can't stand him.
He hasn't been very effective.
Can't stand ya. Nice, good reference.
So.
Matthew writes, Penn State might be in the best position to make it to the CFP without playing in the Big Ten championship game. See, I actually think it's Indiana over Penn State.
We also have this thing called Penn State fatigue.
I'm so tired of Penn State.
Oh,
I have it.
They are ranked exactly where they should be. They are like the 6th to 11th best team in the country. No shame in being the 6th to 11th, but they are not in the top 5.
This same thing happened with Oklahoma. They made the playoff a couple times, and they're like, I'm sick of watching them get destroyed. I'm not putting them in.
Yeah, they got destroyed in a couple of those. Really bad.
Yeah.
The Joe Burrow team, that game was over in like 5 seconds.
I know. Yeah. What?
They played really well the Baker.
Why would we put them in?
Second time with Baker.
I don't want to watch that crap.
Yeah. When they would make BCS championship games like a decade before that, they would also do that. USC blitzed them. Florida killed them.
Ohio State didn't beat them by 40 this weekend.
Oh, Penn State. Yeah, and
because they should have.
That game was so close. That game was so much closer than it had any right to be. If Will Howard doesn't fumble that ball going into the end zone when they would have gone up 21
out of the gate.
Yeah, because the offense never scored a touchdown.
Nope.
They should have won that game like 35-7.
Yeah, it did feel like they were oddly in control the whole time, even though Penn State had first and goal from starting at the
Penn State running out 7 different quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Give me a break.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Wonder what the angst is like up there on their sports radio shows.
Oh, it's pretty high because there was a lot riding on this.
There was.
JF.
There was. Yeah.
There was a lot.
Because at least Ryan Day has a few of these types of wins.
Of course he does.
James Franklin has one.
Yeah.
And that was 8 years ago now.
2017.
16.
Many years ago.
Yeah. Even an extra year before that.
Yeah.
It was a great win. I remember watching it. I got home. I'd done overreaction that day, and I got home, and I was like, wow, this game's closer than I thought.
That was back when important games were played at nighttime.
Man, I miss that.
Important games are still played at night.
Not in the Big Ten.
Not in the Big Ten.
Well, it is what it is. So what?
We miss it.
We miss it. That's all.
My opinion. I miss it. I have an opinion. I miss big night games in the Big Ten.
Not everything has to be at
John.
night.
See, this has long been John's opinion. Not
every great game has to be at night.
This is a contrarian.
Did you know Colorado in 94 was at 11 a.m.?
No, it is not. It is not.
Oklahoma in 2001 was at 11 a.m.
So you're gonna shift maybe a Big Ten game up against an SEC game.
We don't care about ratings.
Yeah.
We just want to watch a big football game
care.
at night. I don't care about ratings.
But you've got a big football game at night.
Which one?
I would rather watch
whatever the SEC game is.
South Carolina A&M. That game sucked.
Yeah, okay,
I wanted to watch Ohio State,
saying,
Penn State.
I'm
I would rather watch
the
Big Ten
about last week.
Oh, I wanted to see that. The pom-poms, the
Guess
whiteout.
what? You still saw
I
it.
wanted it with the sundown, though.
The white stripes.
Big deal.
Okay,
Get used to it.
So Texas A&M and South Carolina, that was a night game. Let's say they had put Oregon and Michigan at night. Which game are you watching?
Oh, I'm watching. Which one am I prefer to watch?
Yeah.
Texas A&M, South Carolina.
What?
Yeah, give me Oregon, Michigan.
I'm not watching Michigan. They're bad.
He's lying to you. I watched him watch that game on Saturday. It was on his computer the whole time.
That's because you had the other game on.
Yeah,
Those
you're
were the
still
only
watching.
games-
Lying to you.
No. He was asking about if that game had been at night against Texas A&M,
that is
South
what
Carolina.
Yes.
I would have watched. If I could only pick one, I would have watched Texas A&M, South
Oh,
Carolina.
that's crazy to me.
Why would you watch Michigan?
The
'Cause we
Oregon-Michigan game
Michigan
matters way more.
sucks.
It just applies more to my life.
Yeah, it does.
It does not apply. How does it apply more to your life?
They're in the same conference.
So
as
what?
Nebraska.
Who cares?
Good
Nebraska doesn't play either.
You
of
watch
them.
random Big East basketball crap all the time, John, instead of
Those teams actually play Creighton.
instead of Carolina Duke.
Yeah, that's fair.
When was that Nebraska-Michigan game this year?
Last year.
No. When was that Nebraska-Michigan game this year?
I don't care.
When was the Nebraska-Oregon game this year?
I cover the Big Ten. I don't cover the SEC. I stand with Happer on this take.
Big brands, Big Ten brands.
Team Happer.
You guys are idiots. I'd rather watch a good football game than a bad one.
Was the South Carolina A&M game good?
Yeah, that game
That was
sucked.
good for a half,
Yeah.
which was better than Oregon-Michigan.
YouTube use just says John supporting Trev and A&M in this hypothetical scenario. Classic.
So
Interesting.
okay, Penn State. Let's say Penn State's Ohio State is at night,
Oh.
and they're both undefeated, and there's a lot on the line, and also Alabama and Georgia are on at night, and they're both undefeated, and there's a lot on the line. Who are you watching?
Well, I'd have both of them on, but if I had,
You can only pick one.
honestly, I'd probably pick the Alabama game.
Wow.
Jeez.
We're gonna
It's better
I'm
football.
gonna start calling you Paul Feinbaum.
Yeah, you are Paul Feinbaum.
I'm
We need
just
to get
saying,
Doug
it's better
Maurice on the
football.
show
John
so he can yell at you
Feinbaum.
and hold up his sword.
Go ahead and yell. You'll be wrong. Go ahead.
John
Sue
just loves
me.
rankings. He's just like, yep, that team's ranked higher.
He's a helmet boy.
They're better.
If it's a southern tinge on the helmet.
I'm just what I'm
The
saying.
weather looks
what
better,
I'm
it's
saying is
warmer.
the games,
Interesting. John likes warmer weather games.
the games tend to be better in the SEC than they do in the Big
John
Ten.
likes summer more than winter. He
Hmm.
loves his summer. He doesn't want to skip over his summer.
People do forget.
He wants to watch the SEC. John, just move to Georgia. It's fine.
My brother
Why?
lives there with
You
his
could be the
wife.
play-by-play voice of Georgia.
We have more in common with the SEC than we do with the Big Ten.
Is that true?
That's actually true.
Yes,
I hate the
for
Big Ten.
decades
It's an
we
annoying
made
league.
fun of the Big
I
Ten.
hate the Big Ten,
and
but
now it's
I
like,
live
Big
in it.
Ten, we love you.
This is my
BS.
home. This is where I live
John,
now.
wasn't your favorite game last year Iowa, Wisconsin?
No, it was not my favorite game.
Oh, okay. Seemed like you dug it, though.
I did dig it for its own unique way,
Hmm.
but it wasn't my favorite game.
Okay.
Josh, what was your favorite game of last year?
It was the one
What
played on
a
the same day.
stupid question.
I know my favorite game last year, but
Of
I'm a
course you do.
weirdo.
Of course
You are.
do.
You're
Yeah.
a pervert.
Oregon, Washington. That's the first one. That game was awesome.
Okay, that game was.
That game was
that was probably
great.
my favorite game.
What a
too.
game that game
And
was.
it was made better because I had the contrast of Iowa, Wisconsin on
Yeah.
the other team.
There was
That's-
definitely a contrast.
That's true. That was
It was-
happening at the
it
same
was-
time, wasn't it?
It was kind of
Same
like
day.
it was kind of like the spicy and the sweet.
Sweet and sour sauce.
Sweet and
That
sour.
was like
It was-
McDonald's.
It was like a good sweet and sour sauce.
Mm.
You can pick which one was which.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say it's not blanket. I mean, like Oregon, Ohio State.
Great game.
That was a great game.
Hell of a
I enjoyed
game.
watching
Awesome
that
atmosphere.
Game. Absolutely. I would probably have picked that. Well, man, I mean, when you say Alabama and Georgia,
It is fun.
I mean,
when they
that
play.
was a hell of a game.
kind
Yeah,
of.
but like, let's just say, like, you're given. You know that both games are going to be awesome. I'd rather take the Big Ten game.
No,
Give me the Big Ten game.
I would rather watch the game where I'm going to recognize these guys in the NFL down the road.
Wow.
Wow, tough look for Ohio State, huh? No NFL players on the Buckeyes?
Yeah, I guess that Jeremiah Smith guy stinks.
Yeah.
Fourth
I
rounder.
didn't say he
Yeah.
stinks,
Ryan
but
Williams,
He'll
he's
get
17
traded. He'll get traded as a throw-in one day for
with the
somebody.
Rams for a 7th rounder.
I mean, there's something. I mean, here's the other thing.
Yeah.
There is something about those SEC games. Those fans, those atmospheres
Oh, because they're at night.
are fantastic.
Huh.
No. Once again.
If the whiteout game would have been at night, interesting. Like it was in 2016.
Listen, Donald J. That's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
In general, whether the game's played at 11, 2:30, or 6 o'clock, the atmospheres are just different. Some say it just means more.
Some do say that. Put it on a t-shirt.
I mean, the Penn State atmosphere is great. Don't get me wrong.
It is different. It is different.
And in fact, I would say this: Penn State, their atmosphere is probably as close to an SEC atmosphere as exists in the Big Ten Conference. 'Cause
Yeah.
you don't think of Ohio State as having. I mean,
No,
it's,
because they hate their team.
right.
They're always mad.
every Big
Michigan
Ten,
feels like a mausoleum.
Yes.
but every Big Ten environment, if you put the game at night and against a good team, it becomes exponentially better.
Yeah, it's why I'm going to pick LSU to beat Alabama this weekend because it's in Baton Rouge at night. Like, what am I doing?
Nebraska is definitively a better home field advantage.
Well, of
at
course,
night.
but that's that. But that's the
UCLA
same all
game
the way
should've been at
across
night.
the board, right? That's the same. So if you strip the time out of it and you just compare,
Yeah, but all your SEC,
1-to-1.
all your SEC games are at night.
not all of them,
Most of them.
The big ones are.
not all of them.
Now they are. The biggest SEC games are.
But,
You know what games I hate watching?
But that's now because of the way the networks have
yeah.
decided. Fox has decided we're going to squat on 11, and ABC,
I don't
ESPN
really-
is going to squat on
I don't like watching
6:30.
Florida play Mississippi State at 11. That game sucks just as bad
Oh,
as
no.
Purdue and Illinois at 11.
It
No,
is
I don't
pretty
watch
bad
those.
football.
It's the same amount.
No,
of
I don't.
suck.
I do not watch those. I do not watch.
Yeah. Oops. Bye, Hepper.
Gotta go vote.
There you go. That was a crossover.
That was a crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete in Repair. Concrete. I keep saying concrete in repair.
Vote
It's
for
concrete
Everlevel.
Repair in Omaha. Everlevelconcrete.com.
Let's do it.
Bye.
1620 the zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Go us go, go us go. Hey Chicago, what did you say? How many times you vote today? That's what they used to sing back in the 60s. Because they voted a lot in Chicago. They cheated a lot back then.
I still don't understand this joke.
Unsportsmanlike
You gotta know your
conduct
history.
on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I recently stumbled across another conspiracy theory. I think it was a Quincy Jones conspiracy theory.
R.I.P.
Dead.
He is. It was like from an interview that he did that somebody had dug up. But he said that some crime, like mob family in Chicago, was behind assassinating Kennedy because the Chicago mob helped get Kennedy elected, helped with the Illinois vote.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
A part of it, yeah. I mean, it's, the idea that that ballot box stuffing or people who shouldn't be voting are voting is not a 2024 thing.
No.
It's been a thing for many, many, many years.
Indeed it was.
Many, 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 many years. Welcome to the Grum, everyone. It's brought
Indeed it was. Indeed it was.
where your money has people. Yeah, you know, something I noticed today, and I was thinking about this last night. Because this never used to be, it never used to be like this. Now, we used to have, there used to be people that had yard signs, you know, during the election. You know, they Reagan,
Are you saying that's a 2020
caucus or whatever? I mean, you would see yard signs. And
Bush.
like you see yard signs. Now, there's a lot more yard signs nowadays than there were when I was growing up.
Okay.
But I ran across at 3 different vehicles that were decorated in their favorite candidates' banners. One vehicle was a former cop car that had.
Oh, was it a Crown Vic?
It was a Crown Vic.
Nice.
And it still had the spotlight on the driver's side rearview mirror, and it had Trump Trooper on the side.
Nice.
Oh.
We have become more sports fanaticized about politics than ever before.
That is definitely true.
That's what this reminds me of. And so tonight on all the news channels, this is their Super Bowl.
Oh, it definitely is.
The difference is they only get to do this once every 4 years.
Whereas we get a Super Bowl every year.
We get a Super Bowl every
Like that episode of Succession, isn't it? Didn't they do this big thing for election night on their TV channel?
What do you mean?
In Succession?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like their Super Bowl. It's what I'm agreeing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, this is, but that's that's what politics has become. It's people, you know, like every Sunday, I got my Bears flag and I'm waving my Bears flag on Sunday, or you know, when the Cubs play in a big game, I got my Cubs flag out,
car flags,
or you know, the Jays are playing, we got my Jays flag out. Now it's I'm voting for bleh, and I got my bleh flag out, or I got my blue dots, or my red dots, or my whatever dots, you know,
polka dots.
It's just weird, you know. I shouldn't say it's weird, but that is one of the biggest differences I've noticed in the last 40 years, because it wasn't like that before.
Well, I mean, how much of it is just ease of you can get stuff now to, you know, it's like somebody in the 50s didn't have a Rams sweatshirt.
Well, but that's not true. There are a lot of great old-fashioned campaign buttons.
But that's just a button. Like
No,
you couldn't vinyl wrap your car in 1950.
Well, no, but we've always in sports, you know, people have always flown their, like, I still remember the person in our neighborhood that flew an Oklahoma flag. And we were like, oh, we got to get that flag. We got to burn it, you know, because, you know, we were a bunch of, you know, rebel-rousing kids.
To be fair, you still feel that way.
We never did that.
Yeah.
But But you would see that a lot more than you would see political stuff. Now it's like, I got to show off my colors. I'm red, I'm blue, I'm whatever. It's just one of the things that has changed.
Oh, it's definitely changed.
And I would say this. We're less psychotic about our sports teams than we are about our favorite party / candidate / issues.
Yeah, I think that we have now crossed, if you're doing the, like when two ships passing in the night. That's definitely. I mean, because there are some crazy sports.
I was
thinking the Oklahoma-Texas testicle situation that happened a few years ago.
We handle our sports rivalries better than we handle our political rivalries.
Oh, yeah.
Or especially our religious rivalries.
That's the OG, though.
That usually ends up in war.
We don't do wars for, religious rivalry, at least in America anymore.
Yeah.
Knock on wood.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, happy voting day.
Mm-hmm.
I just know that I canceled whatever you voted. I canceled your vote today.
No matter who it was.
I canceled your vote today.
Nice.
That was my goal in life, just to cancel your
cancel
vote.
Culture, John.
That's right.
Very on brand.
Can't beat him, join him.
Mm-hmm.
That's my philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just torn tonight on how I'm going to watch, because it'll be on, but I'll be working on stuff for basketball tomorrow. But I don't know what I'm going to watch. Because this is how I like to watch.
Oh, I know how you like to watch.
No, that only at the end.
Oh, okay.
When we start to know.
Well, that might be Wednesday.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll have a decent
We're gonna have
idea.
a good idea.
We'll have a decent idea of who's winning and who's losing.
It was, yeah. But we had a good idea.
That's when I'll switch it over and watch the Sad Network, because I will get a kick out of it. But what I like to watch these things now like I like to watch storm coverage. I like who's got the best radar, who's got the best boots on the ground, who's going to show me the tornado.
Well, I mean, look, very on brand for me, and I know you're going to make fun of me for it. But MSNBC has Kornacki, and he is the best at the big board.
Yeah, but the
guy on CNN
there's way
sucks.
too many psychos.
But if you just said if you want the best coverage, he does the best job of anybody.
Right.
People like his maps.
He zooms in. He knows all the counties. He knows what it means.
But when Hannity's sister comes on and starts prattling on, is there a way it can just automatically switch it for me to another channel?
I don't believe so.
Oh, like Red Zone. Like the Red Zone for election coverage.
John, that's a great Red Zone for elections. That is
the red, white, and blue zone.
So I have heard about this. I didn't realize this until Monday. Monday was yesterday. Amazon has election coverage.
They do.
Oh, is it gonna be like from the all 22 angle, and it's gonna show the path of the receiver as he's running down the field?
It's that journalist who got in trouble for embellishing his stories.
It's Brian Williams.
Yeah,
I had no idea. I thought he was still doing stuff with NBC.
No, they fired him.
Yeah, but then he came back. He was doing stuff with MSNBC for a while.
Oh, of course he was.
Yeah, I thought that he was still there.
Once they found out he was a fraud, they put him on MSNBC. It makes all the sense in the
world. Is Brokaw going to be on TV tonight? Brokaw still shows up every now and then for these things. He's getting old.
I don't want to see that.
I saw him last.
I don't want to see that. Not that I don't like Tom Brokaw. It's just
he's old. It's like Lee Corso. Yeah, it's like when Lee Corso's on game day. You're just like, this makes me.
Do we really want to see Brokaw at the end of the set put on the head of his favorite candidate?
Actually,
look, he's wearing the Kamala head.
I would be
Kamala.
Kamala, I would be okay. Oh man, he's battling cancer. That sucks.
Yeah,
this is a story from 2 weeks ago.
It does.
Yeah,
I would the red, white, and blue zone. That is a great idea.
So you're switching between networks? Is that the idea behind
I like those maps.
Yeah,
I like it when they zoom in and say, okay, well, this
Maricopa County.
Yeah. Well, I like that
counties.
kind of stuff.
Oh yeah,
I like. Because it reminds me of weather coverage, right?
Mm-hmm. Hey, you always talk about how much you hate how politicized everything is. Nick and I've told you.
But I like the analytics.
Interesting.
I like the analytics. Like I said,
C-SPAN is here for you tonight, John.
I would watch the Kornacki if it weren't for Sean Hannity's sister coming on every 5 minutes, whining about some nonsensical thing. I just don't want that.
Yeah.
I don't want that until somebody is losing.
Well, you can turn the channel.
Then.
We just got a call from a very level-headed listener.
Yeah.
That would kindly request that we start talking about sports.
Farron's going to join us in like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Farron's going to join us in like 5 minutes.
Settle down. This is the opening segment.
Also, you don't have to swear
we're not,
on
so
the
John's
phone.
crapping on literally both sides right now. So like, what are you even mad at?
I'm just asking where I should be watching tonight.
Yeah. Well, I told you and you said no. So
well, again, I just don't want to hear. I don't want to hear the nonsense.
Yeah.
I just want the analytics.
Well, this night's not for you.
Can Kay Ford do a broadcast for me tonight?
Hey, why don't you do what you want?
No.
We have the Zone StreamYard.
No.
Why don't
I
you
don't
hop
want to
on
do
there?
it. Because I don't have the information.
Jack Mitchell's doing a radio show tonight.
I want the maps.
Okay.
I want the maps.
All
That's
right.
all.
I don't know. I don't remember the guy's name from CNN. I don't like that guy. I don't think he's very good at it.
It's John something or other.
Yeah, plus I don't know. Their screen is worse. I don't know. I don't like it.
Every
time I see him, I'm like,
the technology.
Mm-hmm.
Can Bill Ranby do me something? Roll up the sleeves.
Oh, you don't
get
want
in
him
the
to
weather
roll up the
station.
sleeves. What does that mean if he rolls up the sleeves?
Oh, the sleeves got
Electrical
rolled up
fridge?
months ago.
Wade writes, we have sports in the crossover, non-sports in the show. Is this what we're doing now? It has turned into a...
Calm down.
People were very triggered
Calm down.
by the crossover.
Just calm down.
That John King, thank you to
John
my
King.
wife who was listening.
John
John King. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of John King. I like Kornacki.
Again, just keep. I don't need to hear their prattling idiots on their set.
Sorry, John. The prattling idiots will be on every channel tonight. Tony says YouTube TV quad box.
I don't have YouTube TV.
John has his Direct TV.
I have my Sunday ticket. Direct TV Sunday ticket. All right, coming up on the Grum today. That's it. That's all. That's all.
Well,
until we get to the last hour.
So this is the promise that we're going to make for the next 2.5 hours.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold ourselves to it.
Yeah.
2.5.
But happy last day of political ads day.
Kelsey says, I'm actually a big fan of 1620, the politics.
Several months later, welcome, Dana Holgorsen. Is Matt
Grumble!
Stop.
Shout out to me. Let's do another one to me.
No, you can't predict.
Yes,
that.
I can.
No, that'd be like if Cantori came on the Weather Channel and said, "There's going to be a hurricane that hits the Gulf of Mexico next summer."
John, go check out my tweet. Go see what I said.
No,
go read it.
No,
I'll read it to you later. No worries. I'll read it to you.
No, it doesn't count.
Nope, I'll read it to you later.
No, you're not going to because it doesn't count. Is Rule still thinking about pro-style ball control?
Well, probably got that answer today.
Maybe. Mike Ferrin, a swan song for baseball 2024? You stop.
I am bummed.
Or else we're going to be talking politics.
I like talking to Mike. I'll miss him. I really will.
It's Happy College Football Playoff Rankings Day. We mock the first ranking.
Yes, we do.
And obviously we have a difference, so that'll be fun to talk out. Michael Bruntz will be along from Husker 24/7. Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.com.
Nice.
The hot take market. Prepare for Renegade.
Are you actually going to have a take this time, or is it?
Oh, I've got takes.
Okay,
I always have takes.
Are all of your hot takes going to be sticks related?
I didn't say anything. No, not necessarily.
Charles says Grumball was correct after all.
No, Grumball was not correct.
Thank you, Charles.
It's too late. It doesn't count.
Interesting. All I said back then, John, was I have just put in a Grumball for Dana Holgorsen to Nebraska. That's all I said. I didn't even say the date.
I
just
predict that Nebraska will beat Ohio State.
Hey.
And then in 2085, when it finally happens,
well, you'll be dead.
Well, but my floating head in the jar of blue liquid will say, I was right, put in the Grumball. And yes, we will do predictions of the political sort.
We planned this out. We talked about it off the air before the show. Yep. We got some good stuff.
These are predictions. Okay. This is not just what we think is going to happen.
And then after that, we'll tell you what we hope is going to happen.
Kamala's going to win doesn't mean he voted for her.
Well, I mean, it does, but
no, it
I'll
doesn't.
also give you my predictions too.
Because we all know we're playing for points here. This counts.
Oh, yeah.
This counts towards the standing.
Yes, it does.
This counts towards the standing.
Yes, it does.
402-951-1620. 42 Degrees of Source by your mom's house. You can tweet at us at USC1620. JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. And Equitable Bank Inbox. When we take banking personally, answer the phone on the first ring. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. We will go to one of the battleground states.
Yes, we will.
Baseball.
Yes, we will.
With Mike, not politics, but baseball.
Baseball.
Or maybe the politics of baseball.
Basepolitics.
On 1620 The Zone.
fibrillation, and irregular heartbeat.
Mike Ferrin, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Ferrin Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Ferrin. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
Patriots of Major League Baseball are upon us. It's a dynasty without end. Congratulations, Dodgers. Burn in hell. Hi, Mike Ferrin.
Mike
ladies and gentlemen.
Ferrin!
Look at that. We're an old school Padres
I've
gear.
got the swinging fryer on today. I
Swinging
picked
fryer.
up a couple hats lately. I got a swinging fryer, and I have a great Barrel Man Brewers hat too.
Nice.
Love Barrel Man, one of my favorite logos. So
Yes. The 60s and 70s had much better logos.
They
for their
really
teams.
did.
It just
old boy here going back in the day, huh, Josh?
hell yeah.
I love the old days, Mike, like the 90s when the Cowboys didn't disappoint Cowboys fans on a weekly basis. The good old days.
Okay, so here's a question for you. Jeff Agrest, who's the sports media columnist for the Chicago Sun-Times, yesterday suggested that Kevin Kugler was underrated. Are we feeling that's because personally I think he's rated. Like he's
overrated, underrated, or properly rated. You would say he's properly rated.
If we're overwhelming or underwhelming, he would just be whelming. I think he's just pretty mid. What do you think, John? You've known him the longest.
Oh,
well, I mean, Mid is his middle name.
Is it Kevin Mid Kugler?
Well, because he was so confused by what a middle name was, his mom just figured just name him Mid, and then he'll understand it better.
KMK, that's perfect.
I assume he was doing the Bears game on.
He is doing the Bears game this coming Sunday.
Who do they play?
Exchange began with why would they do this to Kevin Kugler?
Oh, because it's NFL football, and even having to watch the Bears is better than not.
Hey, they're kind of good. They're kind of good.
For a guy who wants to be a pro broadcaster,
watch football? Like, they're not good, John.
No, I'm not saying
kind
they're
of good.
I'm saying looking at it from Kevin's perspective of, hey, it's a really cool paycheck. It's a cool gig.
Well, I think you hit on the real key
the
there, right?
Lions
The
and the
checks all
Black-
cash the same, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the
Yeah.
You don't think they're kind of good, Mike? Kind of good?
The Bears?
Yeah.
What planet do you live on?
They almost beat the
You need
Commanders
to go
on
to
the
another
road.
one of Severe's like film sessions to understand football. I think
Kind of
because
good.
They are not kind of good.
Kind of.
No.
Okay.
They're
The NFC is trash. Like they're
kind of
solid in
good
the
is
NFC.
like
NFC is
kind
not.
of, they're not solid in the. Have you
They're in the
watched?
8th seed right now.
Yeah, that's out.
Step of the playoffs.
No, that's the first loser.
That's
and they
the
won't
doorstep.
And they won't be
No,
eight
but they
for
haven't
very
beaten a
long.
good team.
Wait, didn't they beat the Rams?
Yeah, when the Rams didn't
Like
have
I said,
anybody.
They beat them though.
But they didn't have. They were injured.
Yeah.
They would not have beaten the Rams that they put on the field on.
Can't even
I
defend
stick
a
with
Hail
it.
Mary at the end of
The
the game.
Bears are
Game
mid.
that they've been
Kind of
handed.
good. Kind of good. The
No.
mid Bears.
Stop.
All right.
So since we've been talking, Caleb Williams has been sacked 4 times.
That's true. That is.
It's amazing to me. Like this is because I know you had me on to talk NFL.
Of
that
course.
For the last 6 years, everybody has said, boy, the Bears offensive line is terrible. And they've had 2 first-round draft pick quarterbacks behind it, and they've done nothing to improve it. I mean, it is like whatever you're upset about with Nebraska, remember they're playing a freshman quarterback. Like it's going to get better in time, but like it's not with the Bears because apparently they can't even evaluate their own personnel.
Yeah, their offensive line is bad.
Well, I mean, theoretically, the Bears are playing with a freshman quarterback.
That's true. He's going to be a dead freshman quarterback if he's not careful.
Well, I don't know if you saw the hit that Dylan took, but he might be not far behind.
He got hurt in garbage time. They kept him in the game down 20 with 2 minutes to go, and Williams sprained his ankle.
That's
this is like the.
Hey, before we get to
many
baseball,
times they do a makeover on Matt Eberflus, it's a disaster.
he sucks. Kevin has tweeted in. I agree with your guest, Mr. Ferrin, that I am indeed rated. Mike Ferrin.
Thanks, Clugger.
Well, we have reached the end.
Boots on the ground, Arizona. What's going on?
It's sunny and temperatures are in the low 70s. And
perfect day to vote.
We have Arizona it takes a long time to count the votes, but has had permanent, like you can be on the permanent early voting list, which is mail-in voting. They've had it for 25 years here. It's despite what some of the people tried to say in 2020, it's actually been great. Republicans set it up 25 years ago. It works fantastic. And so the ballot comes at the beginning of October, and I send it out, and I don't have to go stand in line at the polls. It's fantastic.
Wow.
And I wish everybody had the opportunity to do it because it is really good. So I'm a big fan of so I have no idea what the lines are like at the polls. I don't know none of us know what's going to happen today. So
there you go. Boots on the ground.
Boots on. There you go. That's the only time we're talking.
That's why we did it.
Until we get to predictions.
Until 5 o'clock
later on.
All right, let's talk baseball.
I'm not going to make predictions on that. So that's
no,
not. It doesn't.
We'll bring you back on at 5:15.
The Juan Soto sweepstakes. How good are the odds that he will still have a New York in the title?
So I'm not very good at figuring out what percentages are to odds. I'll let that save that for a degenerate like Josh.
Too early to tell.
I would say that I'd say that there's probably a 90 to 95% chance that he's either a Yankee or a Met. I think the only team that I really think has a chance outside of that is the Dodgers. But I really think like the Phillies might have some interest. The Giants might have some interest. There are rumors that the Blue Jays have some interest, but they couldn't even get Shohei to fly there. So I don't know that's. I mean, I'm not sure. Listen, they can't even afford to travel their radio announcers. So I don't know that they're going to end up signing Juan Soto. So I think the odds are overwhelming. Like I would, if I were handicapping it, I would say the Yankees have the best chance, a significant advantage over everybody else, and the Mets are number 2.
Hey, wouldn't it be awesome if Soto said, I would sign with you, Toronto, but you won't even travel the radio announcer. And then I mean, he would win.
I really like that relationship with the broadcaster.
His agency certainly knows that I have been railing against them for years on this. So who knows? Maybe they'll bring it up.
So how much pressure is there on the Yankees this offseason? And how much different could that lineup end up looking?
I don't know if there's pressure on the Yankees every offseason, right? Like when you're bound to your history to be World Series or bust, there's, and you've got one World Series appearance in the last 20 years, like I or 2 now, I guess, but like, I don't know. I don't know that there's any more. I think what's interesting is, and I tried to make this case yesterday, like with Cole having opted out for that brief second, that they could take that money and spread it around and probably build a deeper roster. I really am not a fan of the Yankees offense just because I don't think they have enough good players in it. Now, that's not to say that they can't take all of this money and spend it on Juan Soto and then go and invest in other good players. That would be the way that we saw the Yankees operate for years, and it's probably the best way to go about it. But I don't know that them missing out on Soto is necessarily a death knell for their winner. I think if he does sign someplace else, that frees up a significant amount of money that they could use to sign, like, say, an Anthony Santander and a Christian Walker and an Alex Bregman, and, that kind of move, which would get you, probably cost you a little bit more per year than what Soto does, but certainly be a shorter contract for everybody involved, and make your team deeper, their lineup deeper come the postseason. So I think there's a lot of different paths that they can follow, but I don't know that there's it's like, well, the pressure's really on because you lost the World Series. I mean, the pressure was on last winter because the Yankees missed the playoffs, so I think the pressure is the same. I think they have to improve pieces of their roster, and we'll see whether or not they do.
Mike, kind of a flowery question for you, but what was your favorite part of the 2024 baseball season?
I don't know. Ohtani's performance was pretty spectacular. That was really cool. I can't think of something right off the top of my head where I go, man, you know what? That was really unbelievable. That was something that I'm fortunate to see a lot of games in person. So being able to see that, like Detroit making the playoffs, since I've done some work for them over the last couple of years, that was pretty cool. And that's a fan base. That's a great fan base. I mean, that's one of the bigger fan bases in the Midwest. And they've been asleep for the last decade. And being around, the Tigers organization in July, this is right before, this is shortly before things bottomed out for them, where they had a 1 in 500 chance of making the playoffs. People were saying, we just want a winner. We just want to win. We want that so badly. It's been 10 years since we've even had a winning record. So I would say that that's kind of cool. I think Kansas City, making the postseason, making it to the division series, I think that was a really neat one. I think that's great. I love Kansas City. I love the fans there. So I thought that was a neat moment. Yeah, those are kind of the ones that come to mind first and foremost, I think, overall. But Ohtani's performance is going to be the answer for a lot of people, because we've never seen anybody go 50-50. And, since he didn't have to worry about saving his energy to pitch, he certainly went nuts, and it was really fun.
You expecting him back on the mound next year?
Yes. He's thrown bullpen sessions already. He was down the stretch. So he's going to be ready to go for spring training.
Awesome.
Speaking of the Royals, no, nothing. I didn't know you were done. Speaking of the Royals and the Tigers, did this year kind of change maybe what approach both those franchises take this off season?
Well, the Royals kind of changed their approach last year, because they added so many players, and they had one of the first significant free agent signings this winter in retaining Michael Wacha on a 3-year deal. I'll be curious to see with Kansas City. I think they need to add more offense, and certainly if they're willing to spend again, I think that would be great. Wacha coming back with Lugo already under contract, and as good as Reagan's has been, and they are a little bit deeper on the mound after guys come back from injury. Ursig, is under contract. He's a really, really good reliever. I believe they have Hunter Harvey for another year or two. I know he was hurt down the stretch, but they've got some pretty good stuff going on. They need to improve the offense, but they have 3 really good hitters, right? Like Witt, Perez, Pasquantino are good. They need 1 or 2 more complementary pieces, guys that can get on base or knock the ball out of the ballpark. And so, I think that's, I think last year was when it changed for them. For Detroit, my thoughts on what Detroit should be doing are a lot different than what their front office's thoughts are. Their front office is looking at it as they don't want to get hemmed in on any big risk. They should be in on the biggest names and adding guys to really impact that lineup. And it feels like they're going to be more opportunistic. And I think part of that is Scott Harris's background. He worked with the Cubs and worked with the Giants, and those were 2 teams that when he was there are just kind of guys that are not necessarily ones who are going to take big risks. And so I don't think that they're going to do that. I just really don't view that as being a possibility for Detroit.
Is there a non-playoff team from 2024, Mike, that you like most to break through or to get back to the postseason again in 2025?
A team that made it this year?
That missed it.
That missed it this year?
Like a version of the Royals for 2025.
I really like Cincinnati's young talent, and I think they'll be healthier next year. So I would say that they're, teams that finish with a losing record. I think that's one that would come to mind right away. I think Arizona's got a pretty good roster going into next season. I think they're a team that, they should have made the playoffs this year. That's a major disappointment that they didn't. So I would say that's another one. I'm trying to think if there's another team that really stands out to me that I think a team that's worth watching, because I think they're going to be active this winter, is Washington. I think that's a team that's going to spend some money and has some really intriguing core players. I think they can get better in a hurry, and when 40% of your league is making the playoffs, I think that's a really good, that's a really good opportunity. So I'm bullish on those teams. I think going into next year, I know they're all National League squads, but I think those are ones that I think have a really good chance. And then maybe Seattle, I would put them in there too. I think they're always, right on that. They're like Bears.
Stop
good.
Trolling,
right? They're just in the middle there. Just on they're in 8th when 7 teams make the playoffs. That's basically been the Mariners' existence for 20 years. Actually, come to think of it, that's kind of Stibbs too.
Yeah, it actually is. Any update on what's going to happen with the Rays and any chance that the Rays would play any home games outside of the state of Florida?
I don't think so. And we had the commissioner on during the World Series, and I forgot to ask him. I'm kicking myself for not asking him. But when the A's were looking for a temporary home, one of the things that was important for them is that they had to stay largely in market so that they could get the majority of their television money. And while Sacramento isn't technically in the same market as Oakland, it's close enough that they were able to do that. I can't imagine that that's much different for Tampa Bay. Now, granted, the Rays are in a situation where Bally's is trying to cut ties with them. That's the whole bankruptcy stuff. And so it's a little more complicated. But if you're building a new stadium there, and Pinellas County has already said, if you don't play your games in Pinellas County, we're going to withhold the $300 million they're contributing for the new stadium. I just don't think it makes a whole lot of sense to take that team out of the market, unless you're going to do it for like a series, like when teams go to Puerto Rico or something like that. I know you're hoping that they show up in Omaha and play for a little bit.
We got a nice ballpark.
It is pretty nice.
I think the reason that came about was people were looking for, hey, what's a stadium that's open for most of the year that seats at least 25 people?
No,
and really
totally
the only answer is the checkbox. So I don't foresee that being a realistic possibility. And I think it would be, personally, I think it would be a marketing mistake on their part, especially if you're trying to build for a new stadium that's going to be in St. Petersburg and you're trying to keep interest in the team.
Well, another baseball season is come and gone. But it'll be back soon enough.
Think of it, Mike, when it returns. Well, I mean, you live in Arizona, so it's always warm. When it returns here, though, days will be getting longer. The sun will be out.
Well, I mean, that'll start happening in December.
We'll be wearing shorts again.
Perhaps.
And football season will be just around the corner.
When is the date of the Cubs-Dodgers series over?
It's in March. It's like a week before the regular season starts. So
is it basically the same time as the Dodgers-Padres was?
Yeah.
So the chances of me waking up and watching. Do that? Well, I was in Detroit last year and watched for the NCAA tournament. So, So the odds of being on the road with the Jays somewhere at a tournament site and being able to wake up at 6 a.m. and watch the Cubs.
Unless you're on the West Coast, then it'd be 3 a.m.
Oh God. That'd be the time they send us to the West Coast.
Yeah. I mean, here's hoping you don't end up in the CBI. That would be a real problem then.
Hey, watch it, Bears boy.
Nice.
There is no CBI in the NFL.
No.
And if there was, the Bears still wouldn't make it.
No, that is true. They would not. There is no NIT either. And they're not making that. I still think we need an NIT for baseball. I'm all for that. That's the D1 baseball guys have joked for years that the NIT is the road to Quahog. So
it'd be all the SEC, well, the 3 SEC teams that don't make it.
Right. It'd be the 3 SEC teams that don't make it, and then like Lamar. I always feel bad for those schools that dominate their conference, the regular season schedule, and lose in the tournament. So
dirty bid Steelers.
Dirty bid Steelers.
Yeah.
Mike, it's been fun again.
It sure has, John.
Sadly, let's see. Oh, well, I mean, your record prediction is still possible,
it's
but
on the table.
What did I say? I said
7-5. 7-5.
What do they have left? Michigan?
Oh, what does Nebraska have left?
Yes.
Off this week, then USC, Wisconsin, Iowa.
I mean, USC and Wisconsin are both winnable games, aren't they?
Yes.
We had a winnable game.
I'm not saying they will win them, but they are winnable. USC is in a whole host of issues right now. They're changing quarterbacks.
Yes, but there's
Wisconsin just lost by 1 million.
There's a very mentally weak team down in Lincoln right now.
I mean, USC. I'm sorry. Have you seen the coach at USC?
I mean, it's
can't even have the media show up to practice.
It's such a soft university.
Next Saturday is the One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest Bowl.
Nice, great movie.
I mean, you're going to have two teams that are going to be like, no, you do it. No, you take. No, you do it.
It's going to be like that episode of South Park where the kids want to keep losing the baseball game.
Basically.
And then people will be fighting in the stands.
Yeah, basically.
Here's what I can tell you about next season. It's too early to tell.
Nice.
And that's how we will end. Mike, have fun. Thanks. Enjoyed it.
I'm sure we'll talk to you during the winter meetings.
Of course we will. Of course we will. Mike Ferrin of
Bye,
Sirius
Mike.
XM
Bye, Ferrin.
Network Radio. When we come back, We have posted the numbers on our Twitter.
Yes. It's time to dive in.
It's time to dive into the Dana Holgorsen file.
Does he run the ball ever? That's the question that people have.
Next on 1620 The Zone. So the reports came out earlier this morning from Pete Thamel of ESPN that Dana Holgorsen, the former head coach at West Virginia, Houston, who many months ago was rumored to be coming to Nebraska, and then it didn't happen. It prompted some to place a prediction that was not true.
No, it was true though.
But it's not.
He's here.
But it's not. That was for the begin. That was for before the season.
After the season, if he decides to go back to Georgia, does that make you double right?
Yeah, interesting.
Good Lord. But Dana Holgorsen is coming to Nebraska to help analyze the offense. So this is one of the outsiders that Matt Rule was talking about, though the actual hiring of him versus just, hey, we're bringing somebody in to take a look at things. This is a little bit different than that because this sounds like it's an actual position. And, of course, many are surmising that this is just bringing in the guy to run the cash register before they promote him to assistant to the general manager.
Oh, yeah. Hey, can you sweep up these issues and then you're going to be the boss actually next year?
Yeah.
Do we need to put that on the list or is that too obvious?
I think it's too obvious.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
I think Dana Holgorsen's coming here to basically run the offense starting next season.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he will be the offensive coordinator. That much is obvious.
So
next season.
We tweeted this out earlier, and we now share it with you here on the Grum on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. I went back through Dana Holgorsen's year by year. Now, he was the co-offensive coordinator at Texas Tech in 05 and 07, but that's a lot of years on there. So I just went with the years where he was either the sole OC or the head coach.
Okay.
So it's just 1 year at Texas Tech, but it encompasses 2 years at Houston when he was OC, 1 year at Oklahoma State when he was OC.
And then he becomes a head coach.
9 years at West Virginia as a head coach.
Yep. And
the 5 years as a head coach ending last season at Houston. And then for reference, I did also include Nebraska. And I just went with straight, points per game.
You did the basic counting
stats. The basic stuff, because finding anything analytically going back that far is very difficult.
We can do it. It's just going to take some time.
It's going to take a lot of time. So and we can all relate to points per game, yards per play, yards per pass attempt, yards per carry, rushing, and red zone scoring percentage.
Sure.
Because that seems to be really important.
Yes, it does.
Just for reference sake, in those categories currently, Nebraska is 96th in points per game, 22 points per game. 116th in yards per play, 4.8. 104th in yards per pass attempt, 6.6. 114th in yards per rush, or yards per carry, 3.4. And in red zone scoring percentage, that's touchdowns and field goals. Yeah. I wanted to just do touchdowns, but the place where I went for the stats only had overall red zone scoring, which is fine. I mean, let's face it, Nebraska's struggled scoring, period, in the red zone, not just touchdowns. So this is red zone scoring percentage, either touchdowns or field goals. Nebraska is currently 129th. They have scored on 68.8% of their red zone drives.
By the way, they're 98th in terms of touchdown red zone percentage this year, if you're wondering about that. Did you do an average of the Holgorsen years? Do you have that anywhere?
No, I did not.
We can do that during...
I ran out of time.
No, understandable. That's something we could do later on because you certainly see some good, right? And especially in the early years.
Yeah, for those of you wondering, I highlighted anything that rated in the national top 20 in green. I highlighted anything that was rated 100th or below in the national rankings in red, and there's only twice where that shows up. His first year at Texas Tech, they were 105th in yards per carry at 3.1.
Yeah.
And in his final year coaching at West Virginia, they were 100th in red zone scoring percentage.
Yeah.
78.3% of the time. But, when you look at this, you're right. Basically, his first 7 years as either a head coach or an OC.
Incredible.
Here's his rankings in scoring per game. 12th, 9th, 2nd, 3rd, 13th, 8th.
And weren't those, let me look it up real fast. So the 07 year, obviously that's a Mike Leach-led team.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes, I was correct. The Houston years, those were Kevin Sumlin's first and second years. And remember, they were also in Conference USA at that time.
Right.
So the level of competition was different. The 2010 Oklahoma State year, we remember that team because Nebraska played them and held them about 9 points below their season average. They held him to 35 points in that game. And then he goes to West Virginia, where he is a head coach. Eventually, they join the Big 12. And I think that kind of shows itself, as time goes on. Then he goes to Houston, who also then rejoined the Big 12. Certainly a really good offensive mind. The question that I would have, I think there are two questions. One that I know people have already asked is, can you win with the air raid / do they run the ball enough? The one that I would ask is, has he passed his prime? Is he still the coach that he was in the early years? Because it's a bit more of a yo-yo. Now they're always in scoring beyond his last year. They're always top 51. Not always. Most of the time they're top 51. The lowest before his last year was 71st back in 2013 in terms of points per game. In terms of yards per play, again, bit of a yo-yo. Some really high highs. Their lows were middle of the pack in the country. And that is the thing that does show up here, John, more often than not. They're bad. His bad is middle of the pack. His bad is not 96th, 116th, 129th. So, how much of a difference can this make at this moment in time? That's, I guess, the third question that I would ask. John emails in, adding another cook to the kitchen. Midseason will be nothing to change Nebraska season. It may make it worse. What needed to happen before the season was for a rule to eliminate many of the holdover players that have losing ingrained in mental makeup. So two different things inside of that email. Will this do much in the final 3 games? I find it hard to believe that this can lead into a ton of change. This is about next season, though, in my opinion.
Sure.
And about maybe finding an edge and winning a game. Finding an edge and winning.
Well, and it may be just, there can be things. You have this week.
Yeah.
And you have next week. So there can be things that, sometimes you bring in a fresh set of eyes and say, hey, did you consider trying this? And sometimes it just takes a wrinkle or two. Remember, if you're Nebraska right now, your goal, just find one more score. Well, on offense.
I see what you mean, yeah.
Can you find one more score?
Yeah.
Because that can make the difference. One more score. Matt Rule's record in 1-score games is 2-8. Now, I know that, last week. Was last week really a 1-score game?
No.
For most of it, it wasn't.
No.
But a lot of time, but even so, if Nebraska had scored on their last drive or scored on the drive where they got stopped, that game might be going to overtime. Okay?
Yeah.
So you got a chance to win.
Yeah.
Obviously, one more score would have beaten Illinois. So, right, that's what you're looking for. And so it's possible that Holgorsen coming in and saying, hey, have you thought about this? And then maybe throwing in a new wrinkle here. Maybe it could help, especially.
Well, Shane says this. Nice thing is that Dana is going back to just being OC and not a head coach.
Correct.
That I agree there for sure.
We'll take a closer look at this here in a little bit. Michael Bruntz is joining us next. We'll get his thoughts on this move and other things as well. 402-951-1620. And again, if you want to see the graphic, it is on our JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. Dana Holgorsen's statistics offensively since 2007. 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Bruntz who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Bruntz called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz. It's Michael Bruntz. Michael Bruntz. Now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz.
Man, I would have been so ticked off as a kid today.
What?
Come home from school and the first thing I see on TV is the news.
You don't like Peter?
Zampa?
That has nothing to do with Peter. It's just, it's 3:30 and, you'd come home and either
Oh, that's right. You were
Brady Bunch was on or Hogan's Heroes was on.
Yeah. Good thing now they have Cartoon Network and such, John.
Yeah.
Or YouTube.
I know, but
It's
just
not the 70s anymore, John. We have channels now.
And TikTok.
Well, we had channels back then, too.
3 of them.
4. We had
Nice.
PBS.
Nice.
Very funny.
Very funny.
Hi, Michael Bruntz.
Hey, how's it going?
Just great. Just swimmingly. Just awesome. Having a ball. And now breaking down Dana Holgorsen.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on Dana?
Yeah, I like it. I like him being in the building. I guess he's not just coming up here to go to wrestling matches, which he had done once, I guess. So there's that. Yeah, or maybe he liked it so much that's why he came back. I don't. Maybe he likes what Mark Manning's got going on. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think if there's somebody that has shown an ability to run a good offense, it's Dana Holgorsen. He's worked for some pretty good quarterbacks. I think there was probably the hope that there would be some kind of role for him this year at Nebraska, but I don't think that kind of what he was wanting to do and what Nebraska had the ability to do kind of lined up at the time. But between him and Phil Snow both being in the building now, I mean that's a lot of experience just kind of poking around doing the two Bobs routine.
Sorry, Michael, we're distracted for a moment. There's an idiot on Dodge Street
In the wrong lane.
who is going the wrong way in one of the lanes eastbound.
Oh my
and
God.
he's trying to turn into one of the businesses.
You can't do that.
And now you've got people going around them
him.
in the wrong lanes, by the way. So this
Hey,
is just insane.
Hey, Bruntz, let me ask you this. What was it that didn't work out with him before the season? Because, like, cards on the table, I guess one of the things that I had heard was he didn't want to come to be an analyst, but now he's going to come and be an analyst. Is it just because of the timing? There's only 3 games left, and obviously we know what this means for 25.
I mean, maybe that's part of it. I mean, you have to remember too. I mean, it's that was in January of last year, and that was fresh off the dismissal there. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't seem like that long, but I mean, 10, 11 months in coaching circles. I mean, that's an eternity sometimes. So I don't know. I mean, I think I don't think that Nebraska, Matt Rule said yesterday that he's willing to do whatever it takes. I don't know that I didn't get the sense from what he said yesterday that, anybody should be rolling the calendar over to 2025, automatically. So I don't know. I mean, I guess we need to hear from Matt Rule, I guess, kind of how this whole thing is framed and how long he's going to be around and that kind of thing. But, I don't know, maybe being at TCU doing this whole kind of, out of the spotlight thing, maybe he wants to get back in. I mean, I would be speculating, but, like I said, 11 months is a long time for coaches to kind of have to, be out of the game, so to speak, even though I know they can do some things, but, maybe the situation in Nebraska is a little bit more attractive than it was, in January.
Doesn't this depart, though, from what Rule has said he wants to be on offense, which is, ball control, pro style. I mean, he even doubled down on it yesterday, talking about what he wants to be, use the running game to control the clock. That's not what Dana Holgorsen has traditionally been as an offensive mind. So I mean, I know that there's the previous relationship, and they talked about it earlier, but Rule even yesterday said, hey, this is what we want to be on offense. We're just not doing it well.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, though. I mean, you dig into the numbers, and, I mean, I think if you didn't know the style, I think you would absolutely be signing up for the running numbers that Dana Holgorsen put up during the course of his career. I mean, I think people immediately think air raid, and you know that there's that part of it, but they've also been able to run the ball at various stops that he's been at. So, and I get that it's, you know, I think a lot of people kind of think of when Matt Rule talks about ball control. I mean, you're thinking Iowa, old school Wisconsin, stuff like that. But you know, I think there's probably a place in the Big Ten right now for teams that are able to spread you out and still run the ball. I mean, that's kind of what Oregon's doing right now. And I think, you know, that they may not have the kind of ball control that maybe what Matt Rule is seeking, but, you know, the explosiveness is definitely there. And that's something else that Nebraska's been lacking. I mean, I as much as he says, you know, the ball control piece of it, I feel like he'd you know, definitely trade a minute or two off a time of possession for a few more explosive plays a game. So I think there's kind of different ways to do it, and certainly now in college football. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think if you know, you really kind of had him being honest about it. I mean, I think the numbers would be something that Nebraska would certainly sign up for if they had the chance to do that.
Hey, Bruntz, I wonder, and you confirmed earlier today as well that Phil Snow is joining as a defensive assistant. I wonder, when you heard Rule mention that type of stuff yesterday, how it landed to you, the idea of bringing in outside eyeballs, outside voices, and now how it lands to you today since you actually know who these people are.
Yeah, you know, the Snow thing, that doesn't surprise me as much. I mean, I think coaches, you know, whether it's official or not, or you know, I think they talk, and I think that they lean on people a little bit that they've been around for a long time. And I mean, Matt Rule and Snow go back to, you know, very, very early in their time in his time at Temple. And so, I mean, that kind of makes sense to me. He's a coach that's, you know, he's 68 years old, I think. So he's got, you know, kind of that experience and kind of the time to go through and you know, dig through stuff. He also kind of mentioned casually that there were coaches that kind of do some like advanced scouting work for him too, that they were going to be talking to a little bit more. I don't know if Snow fits into that as well, but that one just kind of makes sense to me as like, hey, come in, see what you think of the operation, take a look at the personnel. Now the Holgorsen one though is obviously a little bit more interesting, just because, you know, he was at another school. You know, he was obviously here in January last year. You have, I think, legitimate questions about what Nebraska's offensive staff is going to look like in 2025. So that to me is kind of like, okay, you're getting a little bit of the lay of the land, but that one certainly has my attention a lot more than Snow being there. So. You know, I didn't really have a problem with it yesterday, though. Like, if a coach wants to bring somebody in, great. You can have them look around and do that kind of stuff. I mean, there's no rules to it. You need to say anymore, but yeah, I think, you know, the offensive side of the ball is certainly more interesting for obvious reasons.
I know it's early, but given, you know, the little bit we got yesterday, would you expect Dylan to be healthy enough to play next Saturday?
Yeah, I think so. You know, obviously, I would be curious to see what they would do if they had to play a game this week, because that sounded like that was in quite a bit of doubt. But yeah, I mean, you got 2 weeks. You can, you know, kind of take it easy with them in practice and just work treatment all this week. You know, they're only practicing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week, so I would expect to see him out there. I mean, I think if there's a chance he can go, he's going to go. And from, you know, at least what Rule said yesterday, it didn't sound like there was a ton of concern that the issues would bleed over into next week or put him in any doubt. So I expect to see him out there.
Are there any significant changes you think that they can make in terms of player personnel? Like, I mean, this is a pretty big change to bring in these voices, these eyes to look over things. Is there a similar one that you expect them to make with players?
I don't know. I mean, it's hard because, let's just offensively, if they're going to kind of continue with, the way things are going and you're going to run the screen game to the outside and do that stuff. I mean, I think you have to find somebody that can block it. Like, I think you're at the point now where you just have to accept that guys who are being asked to do things that they cannot do 9 games into the season. So rotationally, that probably looks a little bit different there. He kind of hinted yesterday that they might look at playing some more young guys and guys that are, playing at 100% and flying around and they'll accept the mistakes, but they want the passion. They want the guys playing with their hair on fire. So I don't know if there's an obvious one there. Right now is like, this is the young guy that you absolutely got to get on the field. I guess that's maybe where the extra eyes help a little bit, or maybe you look at somebody a little bit differently. But to me, it's a little bit more about, the positions you're putting those guys in rather than necessarily who it is on offense. I think they kind of know who it has to be on offense, but I mean, maybe you just kind of dial in the rotations a little bit at certain positions, running back being one of them, wide receiver probably being the other.
Michael Bruntz, Husker 24/7. Bruntsy, enjoy the bye week, idle week, whatever you want to call it, the off week.
Nice.
Yes, I will do that. You guys as well.
We will.
Thank you, Bruntz.
Michael Bruntz joins us every Tuesday here on the program. Could you tell by your picture, was those out-of-town plates?
Oh, good question. Let me.
So what happened was, here on Dodge Street, we got 5 lanes, 3 that go one way, 2 that go the other.
He was in the suicide lane.
And he was in the middle lane that this time of day, it's 3 lanes to the west. Oh, it looks like it's that car. Yeah, I know, but is that like a dealer plate? Does it? I can't tell. Like, I don't even know if that's a state license plate. Like, it might have been a rental car or a recently purchased car. Anyway, in the middle lane, trying to turn in here on 51st Street.
So yeah, first of all,
just sat there because there was just a constant stream of cars headed west. Yeah. And eventually it got to the point where people who were in the lane that they were supposed to be in, the middle lane, which this time of day is a westbound lane.
Yes.
Some of those folks started to veer over into the oncoming lanes.
Into the other oncoming.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Thankfully, there was a red light up the hill.
Yeah, Bruce says tweet the pic. I did. It's out. I'll retweet it at USC 1620 as well.
And I mean, he was there for a good damn near 2 minutes.
It was a long time.
Why are people so bad at driving?
Great question, Nick.
Well, that's why I asked him if he was an out-of-towner, because unless you're of Omaha,
people in Omaha, I could see somebody making that.
Well, yeah, that's true. I guess I'm pretending that people in Omaha are all smart drivers. They're not.
Matthew, did he have 5 county plates? Could not tell.
No, they're not. Okay, it's not 5. Get out of here with your 5 county nonsense.
Is that Fremont?
If anything, it's 7 county people.
I don't know who that is. But
that's Norfolk.
Anything with a number on it.
But most of them are in the horse-drawn wagon.
Most of you people with your numbers, you drive like idiots. Oh, Matt says I'm from Fremont.
Listen.
Yeah? I'm a great driver, John.
There are many idiots who have Sarpy, Douglas, and Lancaster plates. I deal with them every day.
Oh, is it about that time, Nick, for those commercials to be airing?
They don't let me voice them
College
anymore.
World
He says,
Series
what about 29 County?
Oh, that'd be Washington. That's Blair.
Amazing Danny says, why are people so bad at designing roads? This is a weird road that it is. How many
Well,
roads
the thing is, I mean, it's a city that, it grew faster than the street could handle it.
Yeah.
You're not going to plow over all these old houses so you can create a turn lane.
Yeah, you want
a turn lane.
You want the city to enforce eminent domain, Josh?
No, I don't. What if they just made a turn lane? What if they just made the middle lane a turn lane?
Can you imagine how
it'd be so
much worse traffic would be on Dodge Street?
Though, you and I, we have good hours in terms of not having to deal with traffic as much.
I know, but I'm thinking of the people.
That's true.
I mean, we've managed to work it this long.
Yeah, that's true. We honestly don't see idiots like that very often.
No,
we really don't.
We really don't. Tickets are on sale for the hottest event in town. It's Blue Collar Boxing coming up at Baxter
Ding, ding.
Arena. Funny thing is, on this promo, it says Blue Collar Boxing 2023. So you're going back in time, kids. Because boxing in 2023 was different than boxing in 2020.
Dude, the fact that we have a prize that involves time travel, first of its kind in radio.
Well, it's not so much a prize. I guess there is.
If I could go back in time.
Yeah.
If you could find a way.
Yeah. Got to get back in time.
But anyway, head to 1620thezone.com and check out the contest for your chance to win your way into the event and apparently travel back to 2023.
Let's go.
It's coming up on Wednesday, November 27th. But is that of 2024 or of 2023?
Great question.
Find out. That's the mystery. You got to go to 1620thezone.com and find out right now. When we come back, folks, if you want to keep reacting to the Holgorsen stuff, because I'm starting to see what you were talking about.
I told you.
Well, I didn't say I didn't believe you.
Dude,
I just hadn't seen any of it.
People hate everything.
But we'll
Just
get
be
to that.
happy.
But coming up next,
It's impossible.
the real vote happens tonight.
Oh, yes, it does.
The college football playoffs first rankings. We are going to spitball what we think might happen.
I can't wait to see where you have Indiana.
And we have disagreements over what we think the committee's going to do.
Let's do it.
We'll do that next on 1620 The Zone. I just discovered there are so many weird little nooks and crannies in this building I've never seen before. I went downstairs.
Did you get lost in the basement?
I didn't get lost.
Why'd you go down there?
Well, I went to get a delicious Monster Zero Energy. I want to stay up late so I can watch Kornacki, do the map thing.
5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
Those are downstairs now?
Yeah, we got a bunch of those.
Oh, for free?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
But anyway, so you go downstairs, and you know how you turn right to go into the conference area, or you turn left to go into the engineering bay. Well, there's a door there. You can go straight. It's like an extension.
Wait a second.
Yeah, there's another door.
That's a weird door. It's the same color as the wall. I didn't know it was there until a month ago.
Yeah, and it's open right now.
Did you go into it?
Oh yeah, it's open right now.
What is it?
Well, it's like the
Storage.
boiler room, and there's like stuff in there. But there's a whole bunch of old stuff. There is an overhead projector in there. You remember the overhead projector?
Is that where they moved the reel-to-reel? Because the reel-to-reel went
I have
missing.
it might be down there. I wasn't down there very long. Do you know what an overhead projector is?
Yeah, the reel-to-reel isn't the rack room anymore.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
I went to church.
But I mean, this one looked like one that could have been
like where you'd put the paper, the laminated, like the see-through stuff. With
and
that's how we sang songs.
Yeah.
When my parents started at church in Omaha.
We had that in school up until halfway through middle school.
This looked like the thing that it was like the vintage. It could have been in Miss McGill or Mr. Holtum's class back when Claremore Elementary School.
Or your German teacher.
Eins, zwei, drei.
What was he showing you on that projector, John?
Well, that wasn't on a what?
Wasn't it a woman?
No, it was a
he. I thought it was a man. I thought it was a woman.
It was a hair.
Sam nice. Sam writes, the basement is where we got that audio where it sounds like John and Nick Barr are slapping each other after the Creighton, Ohio tournament game.
Well, that's a different.
Dang season, and it's like,
yeah, but that's in the
Seriously,
that's in the main conference room. This is an offshoot of that area.
Yeah.
That's a weird room. It's way bigger than you think it would be.
Oh, there's a lot of space down there.
Mm-hmm. There's some tables down there, I think.
But I was just like, I was standing there. I was like, oh my God, that's an overhead projector. It looked like circa 1982.
Nice.
I think today's garbage day version 2.
Oh, that's right. We do have the big dumpster out there, and I thought that was just to store Josh's takes.
Hey!
Nice.
Oh, we do have the hot take market today.
Yes, we do have the hot take market today. 1620 The Zone, speaking of the dumpster being outside, because that's where we'll be gathering toys. Not in the dumpster.
Wow.
Not in the dumpster.
Christmas.
We're just going to have people outside gathering toys along with the U.S. Marine Corps for Toys for Tots Stuff the Truck, and it's coming up the first weekend of December. You can stop by our Zone parking lot and stuff the truck with new unwrapped toys for the kids. And if you can't make it, donations can be dropped off here at our building, and we won't put them in the weird basement, we promise. During our regular business hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, or that's now through Tuesday, December the 10th. It's brought to you by Woodhouse Chevy and Molina Healthcare of Nebraska. More details at 1620thezone.com. Anyway, that was just a quick aside.
Yeah,
you need to go down there. You can get yourself a Monster Energy drink and take a look in the weird room.
I did have a larger pot of coffee than normal this morning, but I feel like it's already starting to wear off. So I debated. I was like, do I want more coffee tonight?
Hitting the wall.
Yeah, night coffee. I don't know. We'll see.
Night coffee.
Still a lot of day
it's like
left.
night putting at night.
A lot of day left. A lot of day.
Here is the latest athletic bracket projection for tonight.
So this is projecting rest of the season.
Oh, is he?
That is what that would be, John. That is not a ranking because BYU will not be ranked 4th tonight and Miami will not be ranked 2nd tonight.
Well, no, this is the bracket, though. Remember, BYU doesn't have to be ranked 4th to be the 4th seed.
That's what I'm saying. So he's projecting the rest of the season. That's why they're ranked 4th in this, because he has them as the 4th seed.
No, I think this is the bracket that they believe it is right now, today.
That says bracket projection. He's projecting the rest of the season.
I don't believe he is. I believe that because they update it every week.
Yeah, so aren't they every week when they update it? Aren't they just projecting the rest of the season?
No, I think it's just a snapshot of what it is today. What it would be if the season ended today.
Okay.
That would be my guess. That's my title, by the way. So I don't know if it's projection's the right word or not. That's just what I put on.
Okay.
Anyway, this is the bracket that the Athletic thinks is going to be out there tonight. Oregon, the top seed. And remember, the conference champions, the top 4 conference champions automatically get the top 4 seeds, regardless of where they are rated tonight.
These are odds, by the way. So this is a projection for what they expect to happen for the rest of the year.
I did not see that part of it. But anyway. So currently it's Oregon, Miami, the 2 seed, Georgia the 3, BYU the 4.
Do we buy that? That is, I would be stunned if
Put
Miami
Iowa
was
State back.
the 2 seed above Georgia. Unless Georgia, I guess, is a 2-loss conference champ and Miami is undefeated.
I'm probably projecting Miami to finish out undefeated.
Yeah. They won't be ahead of Georgia unless Georgia has 2 losses. That would stun me.
Perhaps.
Absolutely stun me.
Then the matchups in the first round would be, and it looks like I should have warned me. The 8-9 is Indiana and Texas, with Indiana hosting.
In Bloomington. Let's go.
Ohio State, the 5, hosting Boise State, who would be the G5 representative or the 5th conference champion.
Yep.
Penn State, the 7, hosting the 10 seed Tennessee.
Yep.
And the 6 seed Notre Dame hosting the 11 seed Alabama.
Wow.
With the teams on the bubble, SMU, Iowa State, Clemson, Ole Miss, and our Army.
So 2 things for you with this, John. The first is it really shows you the advantage of being a 5 seed because you most likely are hosting the G5 champ. You get a home game, and then you are playing BYU. Ohio State would love this scenario because they're just like, we got to take care of business, and we should be in the semifinals. Now, maybe you overlook a team, but I would love to be in that scenario. The other thing that I notice about this is, for those of us who have wanted for years the South to have to come north in December, you get it. Indiana hosting Texas, Penn State hosting Tennessee, Notre Dame hosting Alabama. That's fun as hell.
You've been listening to way too much of that damn Queens of the North.
Kings of the North. You don't want northern schools to host southern schools?
Nah, the southern
Oregon
schools.
should host.
The North will rise.
Better atmospheres in the South.
Nah, give me this. This would be sweet.
Anyway, that's their projection. So here's what we decided to do. And Josh has also done a bracket. If he were just, you did one as if you were all by yourself. You sent me 2 brackets.
Yeah.
What you think the committee will do?
That's not what you did?
Well, mine's kind of weird because I
How did we screw this segment up so bad?
We didn't screw it up at all.
It's good content, guys. Keep going.
There was another idea that we had that we didn't
but it was
do.
a bad idea, and I don't know what mind I was in when I suggested it.
Why didn't you let me do the idea?
I was the one who suggested it. It was this. I wanted to do this. You think this is a bad idea?
Yes.
Why?
Because I don't want to. I already did projecting an entire season. I don't want to do this.
I wanted to simulate the rest of the season, and so we had to figure out who would make the playoff. We would pick the winners, and then we would have to be the chooser of the teams too. I thought that'd be fun exercise. It's a thought exercise.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah, it would have taken like 5
Nothing
minutes.
worth doing is ever easy, Josh.
You got to simulate all the rest of the season.
For the record, Josh,
you know how long it took me to do the mega simulation?
We're 2 months in, though.
Days.
We're 2 months in.
I don't have that kind of time.
Well, I could have done it at least. I thought it would have been really fun.
You should have.
Well, no. You said it was you just said it was a bad idea.
You and Michael could have done it.
Michael and I should have done it. That's a great point.
Yeah, but Michael only works with me.
Or I could have done it with you, Josh. I could have done it.
Well, because to me, the interesting thing is tonight. Because
it's going to teach us a lot.
Because they're going, I believe the committee is going to, whether it's intentional or not, they're going to send a message tonight. We're going to find out right away how important strength of schedule is in the conversation, because you've already got some unique arguments. You've got a Notre Dame team with 1 loss, but it's a loss to a lower tier team, Northern Illinois. You have all of these SEC schools who have played each other, and we showed you the numbers yesterday, and I'm not sure, do I still have that graphic or not? I may have gotten rid of it. No, I did not. The Sagarin Conference Power Ranking. All right? So Jeff Sagarin, been doing the power rankings for decades. These are the conference power rankings, and the SEC right now is so much further out ahead of the next nearest conference, who happens to be the Big 12 second, then the Big 10. This is conference power rankings. And the committee, not using Sagarin, but they have their own methodology, or they have someone else providing this kind of information to them.
Yeah.
And just as much as we watch like what Connolly says, what Kay Ford says, what others say, I mean, there's not a ton of variance There's some variance, but not a ton.
It's very much the same. It's just 6 of one, half dozen of the
So
other.
my guess is whatever is being fed to the committee isn't terribly far off from these numbers that Sagarin has provided. So I think, and this is where I came from when it came to me putting the bracket together, I think the committee is going to emphasize strength of schedule. Not only this week, but the entire season in terms of how they're going to rank these teams.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I believe. So that's kind of where I came from when I put together mine.
And I certainly don't think that that's an asinine opinion. I think and we should probably just get to where each of us has Indiana so we can, really get into it. But Indiana has performed at such a high level that I think it's going to be really difficult to keep them lower because their strength of schedule is not very good. And that is mainly because, so I have Indiana right now as... Oh, so you did end up putting it together.
Yeah,
okay.
I put the bracket together.
Okay.
But go ahead and tell us what you have.
So
them
I had
ranked.
Indiana at 5. I had Indiana at 5, and I had them above. No, now I got to find my email too.
I got it.
No, I got it. It's okay. I had Indiana, and this is what I think the committee will do. I had them at 5 ahead of Texas.
I cannot see that happening.
Oregon, Ohio State, Georgia, Miami, Indiana, Texas. So here is why actually I had them above Texas. Who is Texas's best win?
Now you got to make me look. I don't have these schedules memorized yet. By the end of this, we'll be in great shape because I'll remember who everyone's played everyone. So Texas, right now, according to K Ford, using his power rankings, their best win is Oklahoma.
And what is Oklahoma ranked?
24.
Okay, so they'll have...
And then the next win after that is Vanderbilt, 41.
Mm-hmm.
And the next win after that is Michigan, 44. Great point you just made.
So that's why... That's why I think they'll have them above Texas. Now,
okay.
So someone would real quick say, hey, what's Indiana's best win? I'll tell you. It's according to K Ford, it's Washington at 42.
And for the purposes of this conversation, we'll use K Ford because we've got all of his stuff right in front of us.
And then right now it would be Washington at 42, Nebraska at 53, Maryland at 57. Now, if they got a win over Michigan, that would be a win over a team that is currently 44th. But I use that ultimately to say this. They're kicking the crap out of everybody. And in my opinion, their best win, what they lose in strength of schedule, they don't lose it that much, but they gain in ass kickings across the board. And so actually, I think that's why Indiana is going to be there.
So why do you have them ahead of Tennessee? Indiana.
Because Tennessee only just has one loss right now.
But they've got wins over Alabama, the same Oklahoma, Florida, which is 23, Kentucky 38.
See, but now
that's 4 games.
Now, here's what's interesting, though.
Better than any win that Indiana had.
I will be, because they're not going to do that. They're not going to bring up Florida as a win for Tennessee, and Oklahoma will not be in the top 25. So what they're gaining in like these nice 30-ish ranked teams in K Ford, they won't have those on their ledger in top 25 wins. Tennessee will have one top 25 win, in my opinion. They'll have Alabama.
Do you think
Oklahoma's nowhere near the top 25?
No, but do you think...
And obviously Florida's not.
Do you think that they will emphasize wins in their top 25?
Yes, because they always do.
Because if that's the case, none of these teams have a win would have a win in their top 25.
In terms of the teams that we are debating right now, and now I need to open up the AP top 25 real quick because I want to look at Miami because I had Miami at 4, and I'll be honest, I actually went back and forth on almost putting Indiana at 4. But right now they have what's Virginia Tech ranked in K Ford? Virginia Tech.
Oh, Virginia Tech 29.
So that's probably their best win.
No,
right?
it's Louisville 16.
Oh, duh, Louisville. Yeah. So Louisville. See, now Louisville will be in my opinion. Louisville will be inside of the top 25. They just beat Clemson. How many losses does Louisville have? Do they have 2 or do they have 3 losses? They have 3 losses,
3.
I believe. They're 6-3. They will be in the top 25. Yes. A key, a canary in the coal mine, if you will, is to look at the bottom of the top 25. When we see the top 25 unfold tonight, 25, 24, 23, Louisville will be somewhere in there. They will use that as the reason that they have Miami ahead of Indiana. But Texas and Tennessee, well, Tennessee has the Alabama win, they have also won quite a few games close. I'm going very much off a margin of victory here. I think that they are going to really reward Indiana for game control. They love game control. But, I mean, certainly, if I'm wrong about them versus Texas, then you bring up Tennessee. I will be wrong about them versus Tennessee. So where do you have them? Because I'm guessing if I'm wrong...
Well, let's real quick before we move on to mine. Here's what Josh's bracket looks like. The 1 seed is Oregon, the 2 seed is Georgia, the 3 seed is Miami, the 4 seed is BYU. And again, a very important reminder, the rankings you're going to see tonight aren't going to match the seed lines.
They will do it. They will do it. They will say, here's what it would look like.
But I think for me, for the fans, they want to know what the bracket would be like.
Correct.
And that's why I'm looking at just the bracket, not so much the ranking.
Yeah.
And then Josh's matchups, Boise and Ohio State, 12-5. Penn State, Tennessee hosting 8-9. Indiana, Notre Dame, Indiana hosting 6-11. And Texas hosting Alabama, 7-10.
Yes.
Okay?
Yep. And my first 4 out would be SMU, who actually did have it. I think the committee will have SMU 12. I did not have Boise State in my prediction for the committee. And then the other first 4 out were A&M, LSU, and Iowa State. Is what I had there.
So here's where I have mine.
Whoa, you are way lower on India, or you are way lower for what you think the committee will do with Indiana.
I agree.
Wow.
I believe Indiana will be the last at-large in.
Wow.
Because I do believe that they will look at the strength of record, because you've got right now. Here's my rankings or my bracket. Oregon the 1, Georgia the 2, Miami the 3, BYU the 4.
Okay.
Boise, Ohio State, 12 versus 5. Alabama at Penn State, 9 versus 8. Indiana versus Texas, 11 versus 6. Notre Dame versus Tennessee, 10 versus 7. What I think the committee is going to look at is Alabama, they've beaten Georgia.
But they
Tennessee, they do. Tennessee, they've beaten Alabama.
So you think they're basically just going to use that, all of these teams beating each other as one giant blob, and it's going to kind of like last year going into the playoff weekend. I said, look, I think they're going to make an argument for Alabama, and if you do that, you have to put in Texas because they beat Alabama, and that's how they boxed out Florida State. Essentially what you're saying is you're going to use all of this as a way to box not Indiana out of the playoff, but that they will drop. That they will not be that high in the rankings.
And keep in mind, and by the way, the first 4 out, A&M, LSU, Ole Miss, SMU. See, I think you talk about boosting, using the bottom to boost the top. I think A&M's going to be up there. LSU's going to be up there. Ole Miss is going to be up there just because of the overall depth of the Southeastern Conference.
That's why, I mean, who's Ole Miss beaten, though? You know, like, you got to win games against teams at some point in time. And Ole Miss has 2 losses, and I don't even know who their best win is.
South Carolina.
Yeah, no way.
South Carolina's 14th. Is again quoting
K Ford.
Quoting K Ford. They also have Oklahoma. See, this is the thing. And this is going to be the fascinating argument. Teams like Oklahoma, for example. Oklahoma's 24th in K Ford.
They will not be in the top 25.
I'm not saying they will be, but it's these types of analytics that are also feeding the Southeast Conference strength of conference, right? Yeah, SEC's got a lot of teams at the top, but they've also got teams like Oklahoma at 24, South Carolina at 14, right? They're just, everyone's up. I mean, even Arkansas, 30th.
Sure.
That's why the SEC has this perceived strength of record, strength of conference.
And so the question is, will the committee view them the same way?
Right.
Why do you have Indiana behind Penn State? Why do you have Penn State at 8 if you're going to have Indiana at 11?
Well, Penn State.
Who have they beaten?
Penn State, well, they've got West Virginia. Hang on, I'm looking here. Hang on. There's so much stuff here. So much stuff. Penn State. See, now here's one in the feather of the Big Ten's cap. USC is 19th
in K Ford.
In K Ford. And a lot of these analytics, they're in that range. So they've got the win at USC. Wisconsin is 32nd. Those are 2 wins that are better than anything that Indiana has.
Do you think that you are being overly reliant on K Ford? And
It's
what I
not-
mean by
it's-
that is analytics, and they will not be anywhere near as reliant on analytics, and they will look more at how you performed in games.
Well, I'm just going off of what they're going to be using as whatever service. I can't remember. It was.
But you know what they do? They always talk about the eye test. They talk about the eye test a lot, and then people get mad at them. But that's what they do every year. They talk about the eye test.
And I'll be curious to see if that continues now that we're in a 12-team format versus a 4-team format. Because theoretically,
margin for error
in a
now.
4, they got more margin for error. Yeah. And so now they can be a little more, I don't want to say loosey-goosey, but they can be a little more rewarding of teams who have suffered losses but have played better schedules.
Because you're still in the mix.
Exactly.
Versus last year, where it's like if you're 5 versus 4, it's a huge deal. If you're 11 versus 9, people would say, yes, it's about matchups, but in the end, it's like, yeah, but you're still in the playoffs.
I mean, if we were if we were still in the 4-team era, would Indiana be a top 4 team? No.
Well, you have them as 11 here, so you definitely wouldn't have.
But I'm just saying, just in general, do you think if we were still doing last year's playoff format and we were doing the first committee rankings tonight, would Indiana be in the playoff?
No, but I think they would. I don't think they'd be 11 either. I think they'd be where I have them at 5.
But see, my point is they can be a little more forgiving of teams that have a loss but have played a better schedule versus teams that have not played theoretically anybody and have blown teams out. And I go back to what we had talked about earlier in the crossover. Ex-coaches will look more favorably on Indiana
100%
than maybe other folks will because, coaches just like, hey, we went undefeated. That's all that matters.
Do you win games? They'll say, wow, they win games. And then they'll say, also, look at how they win these games.
Right.
Tennessee could have lost to Florida, and Indiana has beat everybody by 14 points or more. Every single team.
The current committee only has 3 ex-coaches on it. Jim Grove, Gary Pinkel, and Mike Wright.
Yeah, so it's like how valuable are their voices? Let me ask you a question. The 2 questions real quick.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm right, what does that mean for Indiana? If you're right, what does that mean for Indiana? I think the question for you is if you're right, it's an easier answer. It's, oh my gosh, they have no margin of error. They have to go 11-1, and they probably have to lose close to Ohio State or else they're toast, if you're correct.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm right, man, like if you're a Big Ten fan, you're feeling really, really good. I mean, that pretty much means you're getting 3 in regardless. And then it's just about Penn State taking care of business. If Indiana's that high, if they're 5th, as if you're a Big Ten person or if you want fewer SEC, whatever it is, Indiana would almost be a lock if they're a 5 seed tonight in the first rankings. If they're 11, they are nowhere near a lock, and they have a lot of work to do.
Which is kind of scary when you think about it.
Because they don't have any games except for Ohio State.
Because what if they go... If you're right, and they go 11-1, and Ohio State runs them off the field.
Well, that would be interesting because then, right now, they would be viewed very favorably, but then they would get destroyed. You know
what's going to happen? The truth will be somewhere in between.
Oh, 100%. They'll probably end up at 8 seed.
They'll be like
seed.
8th seed or something.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, and again, AP poll does not factor anything into this whatsoever, but they just put Indiana in the top 10.
Yeah.
And it is amazing sometimes how much over history the committee has kind of mirrored.
No. It's the other way around. The AP usually follows the CFP. The CFP, the first one is different than the AP poll. And then it's the AP that follows the rankings.
I guess I'd have to look back in time, but it seems to me as if it's been pretty close for the first one.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. This is a whole new era, and that's why I think tonight is so interesting because it's the first 12-team playoff and how they're going to handle it. Plus, there's the politics of the situation because you have had Sankey and Petiti politicking going back to last summer.
Oh, yeah.
About how important it is that their teams get fair representation and that their schedules, just being in their league and playing other league teams, pardon the pun, means more.
So last year, real quick, AP poll, the Sunday before the first ranking had Georgia 1, Michigan 2, Ohio State 3, Florida State 4. The CFP had Ohio State number 1. So they were off by 2 spots at the top, but then it did go Georgia, Michigan, Florida State. The rest of the top 10 was, pretty much identical. But at least in terms of the number 1 team, it was a 2-spot difference from what they had. A couple years ago, AP poll had Georgia 1, Tennessee 2, Ohio State 3, Michigan 4. The CFP did Tennessee 1, Ohio State 2, Georgia 3. They actually had Michigan 5 and Clemson 4. So there have been a few differences.
Yeah.
We'll see. I think Indiana is quite the they're going to be the team to watch tonight.
I agree.
Because they're going to tell quite the story.
Well, it's the team to watch too because they've never been in this conversation ever.
Correct. Yeah, so they're interesting to watch.
And now they're in the conversation and very solidly in the conversation, and they are going to be a litmus test for what is going to be expected out of this committee the rest of this process.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that's the kind of politics we like to talk.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear is coaches politicking about their programs.
Funny enough, I think there was about the same amount of misunderstanding, miscommunication, and arguing that happens in politics as well.
Nice.
No, it wasn't. We were having a healthy debate. And not once did I accuse Josh of letting people in the country illegally.
That's
and not
true.
once did he accuse me of whatever.
Okay. Interesting how you have a talking point for me, but not one for yourself. Very interesting.
That's because I have no fault.
Night game, John.
No faults.
Yeah,
No
exactly.
faults
I will accuse John of not liking night games.
Josh is a warmonger. I'm not.
No. Make love, John.
That didn't sound very convincing. That
Make
was an
love.
unconvincing no. You're like, no.
Yeah, your generation
Love.
doesn't want to have children. There's no making love anymore.
No, we do make love, just not without making kids. It's possible, John.
Is it?
Well, it's been a long time since you got laid. It's been 20 years. It's been a while for John.
All right. More reaction to Dana Holgorsen. Steve Sipple still on, and we have a hot take market.
Oh my gosh, we have so many things.
1620 The Zone. Hey, don't forget, get your picks in, get your picks in, get your picks in for 1620 The Zone's $25,000 4-quarter pick'em. 2 weeks left. 2 more opportunities for you to win $2,500 out of our overall $25,000 pool. Gave away another winner this week. Guy went 10-0.
Wow. That's awesome.
It is awesome. So get your picks in. It's open for everybody now
Shout
at
out
1620thezone.com. Shout out to me because I'm now the new leader.
Oh, yeah. The Grum, the more important thing is that we are our own voting block. And the Grum continues to wipe the floor.
But Bill Snyder over here choked and
yeah, but Nick, you're still in the top 3. And that's what's important, is that you still are.
I thought he fell to 4th.
I thought it was 4th now.
Oh, you idiot. Jimmy passed you?
Yeah, how do you let that happen?
Nick.
Now we're not dominating the top 3.
Well, wait till you see the prediction standings a little bit later, Nick. You're just falling off everywhere, my friend.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Anyway, make your picks right now. And you know what they say? You can pick your friends, you can pick your nose, and you can pick your football games, but you can't pick your friend's nose while he watches football.
I have no idea what that meant.
Hard to argue with that. Quick response before we get to the hot take market in the next segment. Tony says, if the committee rewards teams who play tougher schedules and have losses, do teams like Indiana go away from scheduling weak teams in the future to avoid that bias? The issue really with Indiana's schedule, their non-con is garbage. But like, I don't think Alabama is getting propped up because of their non-conference. It did have Wisconsin in there, but Wisconsin's not like this amazing team. They're propped up because their conference schedule.
Yes.
They beat Georgia. That's the thing. They have
beat
the best
Georgia.
win.
They played Tennessee.
Depending on what the committee does with
South Carolina.
with the top 4, they will either have the best win of the season or the second best win of the season, behind only Oregon over Ohio State.
Yeah, what this is really showing off. Yes, a non-conference certainly is still a factor. Not denying that at all. But this is probably speaking more towards the draw you got in now these unwieldy, these horrifically large.
They're unwieldy conferences for sure.
Where you have 16 or 18 teams and you can't play everybody. Penn State and Indiana both got very relatively easy draws this year. Penn State's conference schedule hasn't been great, and Indiana's certainly hasn't been great, just based on how the teams have played. And meanwhile, some of these SEC schools we've been quoting, there has been more cross-pollination between the good and the good. Whereas in the Big Ten, there hasn't been as much.
And on top of that, too, Indiana has gotten a rough go this year in terms of teams not being as good as they normally are. I mean, Nebraska, if they would have gotten their house in order, that could have been a nice win.
Michigan falling off.
See, that's the one, man. Like, Washington is having a rough first year. Michigan State, they've been up and down a lot lately. But Michigan, this should have been one of their crown jewel games. And instead, they would deliver them, their 5th loss of the year, right? They would go 5-5 or 5-4, either way. It's not as good of a win as it could have been.
Right.
And that's where it really hurts. I mean, of course, look, they have Ohio State, but look at who they avoided. And look, this is also part of the story of how they've been able to get so good. If Penn State or Oregon is at the early part of their schedule, first of all, they're not undefeated. And second of all, they might have another loss or two. They were able to develop a chemistry, a culture, and momentum, and now they find themselves undefeated. But it also would have really helped them. And it would have helped the league, if we're being honest, John, if Penn State would have been on the schedule, if Oregon would have been on the schedule. It's just like the SEC. Every week they're having these banger of a matchup. Look at this weekend. We got Georgia, Ole Miss. We have LSU, Alabama. Look at next weekend, Georgia, Tennessee. And so every week that conference gets more of these games. Even if the teams aren't as good as the number next to them, the perception is that the matchups are massive, even if the matchups actually aren't as good as they look on paper.
That's one of the issues this year, whereas you have right now your middle of the SEC are teams like LSU, Alabama, Ole Miss, and South Carolina. The Big Ten has a very soft middle right now because
you got a beer gut.
It's Iowa, it's Illinois. It's just not as it doesn't seem as hefty.
Yeah,
right,
for sure.
And that's why I think tonight is the most interesting, because we're going to hear some things. And now we're also kind of assuming that they're going to be consistent from week to week to week, which
they say that it's
hard to be.
They restart them every
all.
week. Yeah, they restart them every week.
So who knows? Maybe we'll get thrown a curveball, and maybe tonight will tell us one thing, but 3 or 4 weeks from now, when we've had more of these games play out, maybe other things will get emphasized. Who knows?
Yeah, Sad Husker fan says Alabama has a really bad loss too. Not really, though.
No.
Vandy's going to be in the top 25.
Vandy's not a bad loss.
First of all, they're good. They're actually like a good team, and that loss they're going to be in the top 25, and so that will be not a data point for them, but it won't be a negative. It won't be a bad loss. If you look at the contenders, who has the worst loss, John, of the top 10 real fast?
Well, Notre
people?
Dame.
Notre Dame has the worst loss. Yes, that's a great point. Other than that, though, look at who teams have lost to. Georgia lost to Bama, not a big deal. Ohio State lost to Oregon, not a big deal. Texas lost to Georgia, not a big deal. Penn State lost to Ohio State, not a big deal. Tennessee lost to Arkansas. So that would be the other one, but Arkansas, they're not going to be in the top 25, but it's not a horrible loss.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a usual random college football upset. But yes, Notre Dame has the worst loss. They don't have the best win. They have a really good win, and it was on the road.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're also an interesting test case. I know we barely
you're right. I think we didn't really talk much
worst
about
loss,
the Irish.
but a better win than Indiana has. A better win than Penn State has.
Yes.
A better win than a lot of the outside of the upper crust of the sport.
Tennessee's got Alabama.
Better win than Texas has.
Better win than Texas has.
Yeah, so that's pretty interesting about Notre Dame is for now, because Texas will play Texas A&M. For now, Notre Dame has a better win than outside of the top 4 teams. Hell, they have a better win than Miami does. Notre Dame has a better win than Miami, but they're undefeated. And Notre Dame is not.
And then you think about the eye test, and this is where the strength of Indiana comes in because the eye test tells you, hey, Indiana's blowing people out. Meanwhile, Miami, save for the fourth quarter against Duke, they've barely gotten by in a couple of games.
John, they
are the luckiest undefeated team in America right now.
There are a lot of people that think that Virginia Tech got screwed at the end of that game. They were down big versus Cal. They came back. There was also a penalty that went for Miami late in that game that was pretty important. The Louisville game ended up being a 7-point win. Yeah, they have really lived on the edge at times. They're winning their games. And, they have Georgia Tech on the road, Wake Forest, and then at Syracuse. That's the finish of the season. And then maybe an undefeated SMU in the conference championship game. So, they have a chance for a really nice win. But I will not pick them to go far in the playoff. They scare me. They scare me because they keep playing. That said, they also have Cam Ward, he's been awesome.
The perfect matchup in the first round would be Miami versus Penn State.
Oh,
those are two teams that right now I do not trust in a playoff.
Yeah, and one of them's going to lose and be miserable, and one of them would pick up a nice win.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. To get that in the first round means we're looking at ACC champ SMU.
As long as it's played in Miami, because as we know, the atmosphere.
Go North, baby!
No, the atmosphere at Miami is primo.
Great atmosphere. Many are saying.
Coming up next, we're going to be shopping in a different section of the hot take market this week. At least I am.
Is it the dollar aisle?
No, it's the soapbox.
You'll find out. No soapbox.
It's the milk crate aisle.
Nope, no milk. You'll find out.
Okay.
The hot take market, Steve Sipple, coming up next, 1620 The Zone. It is time to head to the football hot take market. And because I spent so much time thinking college football, I went strictly professional this week.
Okay.
So I'm going to the pro hot take market this week.
Oh, the name brand.
I got one pro, one college.
Okay.
You want me to start or you want to start?
Go ahead.
Hot take, I believe. Now, this was a part of the exercise that we have not ultimately done yet on the show. Boise State, top 4 seed. I think they're going to do it, man. I think that the Big 12 is going to be the league that is actually the 5th ranked conference champion. The more we talked about it yesterday, maybe there's a little wish casting here. But I mean,
they aren't. Big 12 is currently ahead of the Big 10 in power ranking.
I know. That's just on Sagarin.
Yeah, but I'm guessing the other analytics look at it the same way. And remember, BYU will have a good win in the conference title game, whoever that's against.
If BYU wins the conference title. That's the thing, though. I don't know if they will.
I thought you were assuming they were going to win.
No, I don't think so.
See, I don't know.
If it's Colorado, I very much think that Boise State would be ranked.
Colorado will have better wins than Boise.
Will they?
Who's Boise's best win?
The loss to Oregon.
Exactly.
Well, we'll see. It's a hot take. I mean,
it is a hot take market.
Yeah.
At least you're hot taking this week.
And I also think that I hot take last week. There's a part of it too, John, that I think that the committee in year one of the expanded playoff, they would love to say, like, look, see, it doesn't just have to be the Power 4 leagues. We even put a G5 team as the best ranked conference champion. So maybe I'm reaching on this one, but yeah, give me Boise State as a top 4 seed and getting a bye. Where one of the other conferences, most likely the Big 12 or the ACC, is the other team.
Went up on the Scoville unit there. You know what Scoville unit is, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Here's my hot take. The Pittsburgh Steelers are the real spoiler in the AFC, and they're going to prove it by beating the Commies this week and the Ravens the following week.
Wait, what do you mean by spoiler? Like they're going to win the AFC? They have the best chance to go to the Super Bowl?
Spoiler means they're in position to spoil the Chiefs, the Ravens.
The Bills?
But
the Bills are good.
Did you see them play the Dolphins? They
but so
bad.
are the Steelers. Look at let Russ cook.
People forget they lost to the Cowboys.
But that was before they let Russ cook. Now Russ is cooking.
He was cooking in that game. He was trying to. He's a bad cook in that game.
So is he cooking or is he like doing chicken patties in the air fryer?
Russ didn't play in the Cowboys game.
Oh, crap, he didn't. I was thinking of the next Sunday night game that they were on. My apologies.
Yeah, Russ. If Russ would have cooked, the Cowboys would have been overdone.
Yeah, we'd be on our way towards the number 1 overall draft pick.
But the Steelers made a trade today. They finally got a receiver. They got Mike Williams from the Jets to help out on the edge at defense.
Somebody from the Jets to help?
They have good players, Nick.
Do they?
Jets have good players. They just are a
bad organization.
They're kind of like Nebraska.
Aaron Rodgers is really good at overthrowing the ball.
Between the ears.
Nice.
But no, I think the Steelers are poised to be that team.
Yeah.
To be the spoiler in the AFC. Everyone's going to talk about the Chiefs. Everyone's going to talk about the Ravens. Everyone's going to talk about the Bills. But you're not talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers on the 50th anniversary of their first Super Bowl win.
You want to talk about a way to bum me out in a season that's already blown?
Oh, how cool would that be?
Not.
Play some Renegade going into the fourth quarter. Dun, dun,
Give
dun,
me the
dun,
Chiefs
dun,
in the
dun,
Super Bowl
dun,
again
dun,
over
dun,
them.
dun, dun, dun.
Go Chiefs.
No. I'm Steelers.
Oh, that's what that meant.
Steelers, baby, all the way.
I didn't know Renegade was a Steelers thing.
Oh, yeah, that's their jump around.
What did they do before that song came out?
That song's been out for 40 years.
And the Steelers have been out for before.
I don't know when
years.
Renegade started.
The Steelers have been out for 40 years.
For more than 40 years.
That's like a within the last 10, 15 years tradition.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was their tradition.
It was never a deal during the Franco Harris Terry Bradshaw.
They didn't play music. The fans cheered and stuff.
That song's a banger, so it's fair.
It's a great song.
I love that song.
You know, John, I'm realizing I should have flipped. The Boise one should have been the hot take that I could be talked into. So here's the one that I believe. If the Chiefs go 15-2 or better, Patrick Mahomes will win the MVP. And I don't really care what his numbers are. Did you know that no teams have won 15 games in the new NFL scheduling model.
No, they have not.
The best record in the NFL happened 2 years ago when the Eagles and the Chiefs, both Super Bowl teams, went 14-3. But we have not seen a 15-win team since the Panthers 9 years ago, I believe.
Oh, wow.
They went 15-1 back in 2015.
Oh, gross. 2015 was 9 years ago.
It was. So if they are 15-2, if they're 16-1, dare I say, if they are 17-0, I think that it's going to be something that we haven't seen, and they're going to want to reward it. And even if his stats are middling, like now he has a touchdown interception ratio that is better. He had 2 touchdowns last night, 0 picks. So he climbed above it. I think that he will get rewarded for that, and he would win another MVP because they would give it to him because of the team success.
I don't
think Lamar's going to win it again. Because the voters
maybe it's Derrick Henry.
He's a running back though. Josh Allen obviously would be the other contender, but I think that if they are that good, and that's the line. If they're 14-3 or worse, he will not be in the running. But if they are 15-2 or 16-1 or 17-0, it's going to be Mahomes again.
By the way, do you know who plays on Christmas Day?
The Chiefs and the Steelers.
Dun 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 dun.
Red Kingdom. Go Chiefs.
Here we go, Steelers. How cool would that be if the Chiefs? Now think about this: Chiefs go to Pittsburgh undefeated on Christmas Day. How big would that game be? If I'm right about the Steelers and the Chiefs are undefeated on Christmas Day, how jacked would Netflix be?
Oh, that'd be pretty interesting. The longer we haven't had an
that
undefeated
would break
team.
the Netflix servers.
We don't get undefeated teams this deep into the season very often.
Especially going to Pittsburgh. Dun, 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 dun,
Sometimes
dun,
I just despise everything that you represent.
Well, you're going to despise this because I have introduced a new section at the Hot Take Market. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Hot Take Market where I show up drunk in the liquor section after 2 a.m. looking to buy off sale. The Los Angeles Rams are the second best team in the NFC.
Why?
Matt Stafford's got all his weapons.
Okay.
They're all back as long as the crooked refs aren't kicking him out of the game for taking a swing at another player, please.
Nice.
Plus, Demarcus Robinson has emerged as a true threat. He's caught touchdowns in 4 straight games.
Nobody cares.
Maybe the best red zone running back in the NFL this side of Derrick Henry.
Okay.
Look at the numbers, chump. Maybe, you could learn something about good running backs. You haven't had one in a couple of years.
It's been a while.
Offensive line is getting healthier.
Okay.
We should be getting Jackson and Avila back. Joe Noteboom should be back this week. We're getting healthier. And the best young defensive line in all of football.
All of football?
We are crushing it. Braden Fisk, Kobe Turner, Byron Young, Jared Verse coming off the edge. Go Florida State. Oh,
John, no.
They can do that. It's okay.
You can't though.
Yes, I can. I'm celebrating Florida State. Get off your damn sanctimonious high horse over there. I'm excited. I am drunk, and it's after 2 a.m. in the liquor section.
I'm a small percentage Native American, John.
So am I.
That's messed up.
I have never seen you this excited about the Rams in November. It's weird. Even when they were good in 2018.
Again, remember, I'm drunk in the liquor section.
I don't think they'll sell to you at 2 a.m. I don't think
that's why. That's why it's after 2 a.m.
Oh, you're
I'm the
robbing
guy.
the store?
I'm the guy. You know how they
He's
put
a
up
looter.
You know how they put up that barricade that
yes
that
scissors.
It's
almost like a fence.
Yeah.
yeah.
And you're just standing there going, "How come you won't sell me some Mad Dog 2020? It's $237."
Do they still make that?
Yes.
You know what this is, Josh? This is deranged Rams fan syndrome.
Thank you. It's nice to have a name.
But we're not deranged because we've won a Super Bowl and we're coming for you, Detroit. We're coming for you.
I would hate. I want to disagree with you. I don't think they're the second best team, but the NFC is mid as hell, and so I don't know who the second best team is.
It's not mid as hell.
Yes, it is. It's a large middle class. It's a large middle class. We would agree on that.
Detroit's
right?
good.
Detroit is a tier unto itself in the NFC right now.
Commanders.
I would say they're in the middle. I don't trust a rookie quarterback in the playoff. That's what I'm talking about. To get to the Super Bowl, it's hard for me to trust a rookie quarterback to make it to the Super Bowl. It just doesn't happen.
I mean, in the
That's
AFC,
a normal take.
In the AFC, you can only trust Kansas City.
No.
The Bills, playoffs. Ravens, playoffs.
But they're good. Those are good franchises.
The only good franchise that can beat the
No,
Chiefs.
don't you-
Dun, 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 dun.
No, but I was going to say the Rams, they fit into that tier, I would say. They fit into that tier with the Eagles and the Commanders.
I still think the Vikings are good. I think the Packers are good if they can get, their quarterback.
I'd say this. If the
somewhat
Lions don't
healthy.
make the Super Bowl, something went horribly wrong. That they should. They are the best team in the NFC. I'm being serious. They're good. They're awesome.
You're going to send Chance to
No,
off the
I'm
edge.
rooting for it. I'm rooting for the Lions. Go Lions.
You're going to send Chance on. No, I'm not going to say what I was going to say.
Nice. Yeah, let's not do that.
Now that was a hot take market. Coming up
Uh-huh.
next, Stephen M. Sipple.
Uh-huh.
What does he think about Dana Holgorsen and more? And yesterday's press conference.
Let's find out.
1620 The Zone.
be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak, but when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
It's very rare that I read anything from Theo.
Yeah.
From the comments section, but Theo says, amazing you guys can stay focused on the show right now. True professionals. How is it hard to focus on anything right now?
Heck, you should have heard us during the commercial break, Theo. We weren't even talking about the show. We were talking about future shows.
Yeah.
We're planning in here.
And if you're referring to something that we're going to be predicting in the next segment, there's no results yet.
Nope.
There's nothing to react to yet.
Not yet.
Unless, Sip, you've got some breaking news. Do you have any breaking news that you want to share?
No, I just woke up from a nap.
Nice.
That's awesome, man.
Wow. The news of Dana Holgorsen was so exciting you had to take a nap.
Ha!
Yeah, I don't know. No, it's just my afternoon nap.
Hey, Sipple, we were debating Indiana and where they will fall in the first college football playoff rankings. I have them at 5. This is what we think the committee will do. I think the committee will put them at 5. John thinks the committee will put them at 11. What say you?
I say higher than, more like, I was going to say 6.
You think they'll be that high?
Yeah, I do. I mean, if the committee does what it's supposed to do, which is start from not like don't use the AP poll.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let the other polls influence them and start from essentially look at it like they're starting from scratch. Yeah, I think they should be. 5 wouldn't surprise me,
but
lower than 7 would surprise me.
Who have they beaten? Their schedule's not good.
Yeah, what they did at Michigan State, though, gets your attention. I mean, to go to Michigan State and hold them to minus 24 rushing yards, 15 TFLs and 7 sacks, that's real stuff. I mean, Michigan State's not great, but it's Michigan State. No, I don't know. Clear number 1's probably Oregon.
Well, Michigan State is 4 and 5.
Texas, Georgia. I guess 4 or 5, right?
Yeah.
Then who else would be ahead of them?
Well, I think there's Penn State. I think will be ahead of them. I think.
Oh, geez, really?
That's what my reaction was.
Penn State's got better wins. I mean, I'm not. Again, I'm an Indiana guy. I was the guy that was on Indiana before anybody else around here was on Indiana. But I'm just trying to guess what the committee is going to do. I just think the committee tonight is going to really emphasize the strength of schedule because they've got a little more breathing room because you're not just picking 4 teams. Granted, none of this is final because it's only the first one. Yep. But you're not picking 4 teams, you're picking 12. So I think there's more room for them to reward teams that have played tougher schedules and not necessarily just gift teams ranking because they're undefeated.
It's not a gift to Indiana. They've dominated opponents.
No, I know.
Yeah, it's not. I know you, and I know I'm not taking you on. I know you respect.
Oh, you're taking me on, Seth.
No, it's the Michigan State score and the nature of that win is what tipped me toward something like 8 or 9 to something like 5 or 6.
Okay. That'll be very interesting.
Oh, yeah.
I look forward to watching this and all of the reaction because there's not going to be anything else on television.
4 hours of college football playoff ranking discussion. Should be great.
So, the Dana Holgorsen news. How does it interest you more than surprise you?
Oh, let me think about that. It definitely interests me. I can't say I was completely caught off guard. No, I wasn't completely. In fact, I don't want to play that game, but no, it doesn't surprise me. It definitely interests me because of the long-term ramifications, if there are, which I think there probably are, and what could be, And the fact he's here. I mean, Dana Holgorsen is a very accomplished. God, traffic. He's very accomplished. I mean, look what he's done in terms of running offenses. He's had, I think, 6 offenses that average 500 plus yards in a season. Only one since 2012, but he sort of parlayed his play calling ability into head coaching jobs, multiple head coaching jobs. I mean, he's known as an offensive mind. By the way, he's from Mount Pleasant, Iowa, and he kind of comes from that Hal Mummy Leach tree. Leach and Mummy recruited him to, I think it was Iowa Wesleyan or one of the Iowa schools. So anyway, it's a really fascinating thing that he's in our midst, working today, and then there's a whole lot of discussions that branch off that.
What's the first one that branches off for you? Because, I know one of the things that I have heard a lot today is this offense won't work in the Big Ten. His style of offense will not work for Matt Rule, and this is like another move that Rule is making that will lead to his ouster. Is that what you were talking about or something else?
Because we're talking about an air raid type system.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's people can adapt. I mean, Tony White's a 3-3-5 guy, but he's hardly running it right now. If you've noticed, they don't run. They're seldom in a three down lineman look. So guys can adapt. I don't. That part doesn't. Nothing concerns me about it. Where the discussion branches off, the main thing that interests me, I guess, is just the level of discomfort there might be in those offices this week.
Mm-hmm.
When you bring in, it's fairly remarkable with 3 games left to make this sort of move. With I mean, it has to be there, but there must be very good I would think there must be good communication with Rule and the rest of the staff to say, hey, this is what we're doing. This is what I want to get out of this, and be very clear about it, because it's remarkable and it's unprecedented at Nebraska that I know of, and it signals a degree of welcome discomfort. I mean, I think discomfort's good right now.
Mm-hmm.
You saw Matt Rule visibly uncomfortable yesterday, which is fine. I mean, they're in a spot. They're in a tough spot right now. You wonder how much of it has to do with the quarterback. My guess is that family would applaud a move like this. The Rails are very proactive people. They're not the types to sit back and just hope things get better. This was a proactive move by Rule.
Doesn't it fly in the face, though? I mean, even as late as yesterday, Matt Rule talked about what he wants out of an offense, the ball control and all of that, and that's not typically what Holgorsen has been about as a coach.
No, these are good discussions, and here's why. I don't think you can make the assumption that they're just adapting Dana Holgorsen's offense. He's going to look at the offense, and they might adapt pieces of it. Maybe it's mostly the pass. I mean, they're looking for downfield production in the passing game. It could be as simple as that. But just because Dana Holgorsen runs an air raid, that doesn't mean he's unfamiliar with what it takes to run a football. I mean, he's
right. But as I look at and we've got, for the benefit of those who are watching in the stream, I've got his resume. We call it his resume. But when you look at his, and I did do the math, Josh, earlier, Dana Holgorsen's average in terms of
points per game,
in terms of yards per game on the ground, or yards per carry.
Okay.
Over his career has been 4.3, average rank 59th.
So
basically middle of the
pack in the country.
in terms of a running offense.
Yeah.
Now, certainly the points per game. I mean, he's averaging almost 37 points a game as an offensive coordinator in all of his stops. So that's the other side of it.
Where we diverge in this conversation is I'm not assuming that Matt Rule's bringing in the air raid. I'm making that assumption.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a pretty big. We have a pretty wide gap in how we view this. I don't think this is Matt Rule saying, "Here we go, we're going to the air raid." Maybe he is, but I guess I'd be surprised because it would be an about face. Now he did say there's nothing I won't do to get this program over the hump. Paraphrased it, but there's nothing I won't do. And I mean, I'm sure he made that comment knowing full well what he was doing. Snow was probably already in Lincoln or close to it, and Holgorsen was in Lincoln. So I don't know. I applaud the proactive nature of it. Both of those guys have excellent resumes. They're accomplished coaches. They probably can help. And Nebraska needs help. I don't want to overdo it, but they need.
I don't
help.
think you can overdo it. Sip.
No.
Yeah, they need help, and anything that you know how close these games are.
Yeah.
And if it just means a few big plays or a few extra plays that are effective or a few extra sets that are effective, that can be the difference.
Sip, I've described it as what this offense needs is one more score.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. I don't think it's it's interesting, these conversations. I guess I didn't look at it like they're bringing in the air raid. It never even crossed my mind that that's what they're doing.
Would you say though that he's being brought in to be the next offensive coordinator, right? Like for someone to have that opinion is not like a silly one.
No, that's
okay.
not.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
He can adapt. And I mean, he's working for a head coach that as recently as yesterday stated what he wants from the offense. And it's not air raid. That's what he wants. He wants to have an offense that hammers it and then hammers the ball on the ground, runs well with running backs and then runs play action. And they have a quarterback that can do that. But they got to fix a lot. There's just so much to fix. And there's so much in the conversation that I just don't get fixated on the words air and raid.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Sipple joining us from Husker Online. Why was yesterday the time or the place to put more of the onus on the players as Rule did on several occasions yesterday?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know why. I can't explain the timing. It didn't. I thought he struck a good balance. I'm not answering your question, but I thought he struck a good balance between him taking full ownership and accountability, and being accountable, and his staff being accountable, but also trying to hold his players accountable. I didn't think I think if you took snippets of that discussion, I think like some have done, you could make it look like he's pointing his finger to players and saying this is the problem. But if you listen to the 28 minutes of the news conference in totality, that's not what he did. He was very accountable himself to a degree that I hadn't heard, where he felt bad. Remember the bit about he heard from a friend who said it must be really tough right now because your team is so inconsistent, and that hurt him to his core. I mean, you could hear it in his voice. That's not what any coach wants to. It's an indictment. I mean, that's pretty scathing indictment by his friend, because of what I always say. The hallmark of mediocrity is inconsistency, and that's not where any coach wants to be. They don't want to hear it, but he did. But the player, listen, a lot of the perimeter blocking issue is just a glaring. I don't know. I don't like to say a lack of want to, but some of it has to boil down to that. And it's just but it's not just perimeter block. There's a lot of things that are going right. And I am much more open to that conversation now that these players are making six figures. So many of them, a lot of these guys are making six figures. They're pros. They want to be treated like pros. Well, when you're held accountable by your head coach, you're being treated like a pro. Yeah, that's good on Rule, in my opinion.
So, hey, which player do you think he's most frustrated with right now?
Oh, I'm not going to name it. I'm not going to name names.
I thought you said they're professionals.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know which.
Who are you most frustrated by as a player?
Oh, I mean, I would say,
Banks?
Yeah, you're asking me.
Yeah.
Nayor, Banks would head the list.
Yeah.
They're not getting as much production out of them as you probably thought.
No.
Maybe a third of the production you thought.
Good Lord.
Before last week, what was the number I quoted? In 3 games combined,
it was
the last
90,
3
I
games
believe it
combined.
was 91 yards.
It was from, I'm talking about when we combined both Banks and Nayor.
It was 90-something yards total.
It was 128,
128
and 9 catches.
Yikes.
In 3 games between 2 receivers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they lead the list. You could probably talk me into an offensive lineman or two. That'd be the main ones.
Yeah.
It's hard. Those would be the main ones.
Hey, who do you think, and maybe this goes back to just the coaching stuff, but who or what do you think is most to blame for Dylan Raiola's regression?
Complicated discussion as it usually is with quarterback.
Yep.
It's not all Dylan. I mean, we just talked about Nayor and Banks, so they don't have guys getting open. You can man them up and shut those guys down, which has happened. So then what? Okay. They're trying underneath stuff, and they tried the screen game. They were 102nd rushing going into the UCLA game. They can't be much higher than that now. So that doesn't take any pressure off of Dylan. It just puts pressure on him. So we established they don't, there's not much on the perimeter for him. The run game's substandard by a long way. And now what? Now what are we doing? I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot for a true freshman to try to navigate, especially a true freshman especially a true freshman whom the defenses have figured out.
Yes.
I think that's a big part of the discussion as the season has gone on. There's a method. There's a way to handle Nebraska. Rules talked about it openly. You pressure them, not all the time, but you bring pressure and you man them on the perimeter, man them. Period. I mean, and there you go. Play 2 high safeties. They still don't run it very well, and it just seems like they're in a quandary most of the time. Rule said it so well a couple of weeks ago. Everything seems hard for them.
Mm-hmm.
They never get those plays like UCLA did in the third quarter.
Seriously.
When that guy ran a 25-yard. They got a 25-yard run because a guy ran through a pile of tacklers, and then the 48-yard touchdown pass to a wide open receiver who showed the ball with one hand as he galloped into the end zone easily. When did you ever see that for Nebraska? No, never happens like that for Nebraska.
No.
So
I think that every time I watch a football game, whether it's their opponents lately, like I thought it during the Indiana game, or just college football in general, where it's like, wow, look, they just gained 7 yards, and it looked like a very easy 7 yards.
Yeah,
it doesn't ever happen around here.
It's news when Nebraska runs for 14 yards here. I mean, they had two runs of over 10 yards on Saturday against UCLA. Now UCLA is a good run defense, but 2 runs of over 10, and I'm hearing people say, "Zip, the run game didn't look too bad." I'm like, yeah, we're
grading it on such a curve.
Yeah, we have really around here become very accepting of mediocrity almost. Like, really, you feel good about 3 yards of carry. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a disaster. That would have been a disaster when Nebraska was rolling. We would have been doing our whole shows about that. Now it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, Sip, appreciate it. Thanks. Enjoy the evening.
You're welcome, guys. A lot to talk about.
There is. This
was asked me about basketball. You didn't ask me about hoops.
Yeah, we'll never do that until it's March. Don't worry.
Sip, you can text me your thoughts on UTRGV because Creighton's playing them tomorrow night.
Oh yeah, I have it. I have a few takes to give you.
Yeah, he has a few takes.
Yeah.
I know they shoot a lot of threes. I was expecting that, and they did not disappoint.
Yeah.
Probably a little better than you think, actually.
Yeah. Well, they brought in a ton of transfers.
Did they look better, or did Nebraska look worse than you expected? That's the question.
No, they moved the ball, and they moved the ball well, Josh.
Okay. They moved the ball. Oh, that okay, my bad.
Shooting a bunch
I'm in
of
football brain. When he said they moved the ball well, I'm like getting down the court. I get it.
No.
Yeah, I understand.
In their offense.
Going side to side, passing, all those
Basketball.
things. Now, they did turn it over, 20 times last night? It was a lot of turnover.
Yeah, they did turn over a lot.
Yeah.
Great. No, they're a little better than you think, probably.
All right. Sip, thanks.
God bless you.
God bless you, Sip.
Bye, Sipple.
Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.com.
Shooting a lot of threes. What are they? The Celtics?
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, but we're much more balanced than that. In the hub.
A guy I went to high school with, I follow him on Twitter, huge Celtics fan, and he shared a stat that they've shot a lot of threes this season.
That's how they roll.
It's the most they've done that since like the 80s.
Let It Fly
amount
has
of it.
come for Boston. Creighton and Boston shaking hands.
Baylor from Southie.
Baylor from Southie
Omaha.
Aurora.
Nice.
Southie Aurora, Nebraska.
Nice.
Well, folks, we promised we weren't going to die.
We made one tiny mistake. We mentioned it in passing with Ferrin.
Very, very tiny.
But
very,
otherwise,
very clean. But coming up next,
we get to it.
Predictions. We only get to do this once every 4 years.
We did it once for the midterms. I don't believe we did it for the last midterms, but we do it.
Those are the lame. That's like the Pro Bowl of elections.
It's the.
This is the Super Bowl of elections.
The minor leagues. This is the big dog.
We're doing our predictions next on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa, your main hub for all things football. Pro, college, even the CFL. Whatever you want and whatever you watch is waiting for you on the Circus Sports Iowa app. I did mention the CFL for you true football sickos, and that's because the Grey Cup is approaching fast. And right now, Circus Sports Iowa will let you pick who you think will win it all. The Blue Bombers currently have the best odds at plus 170 for the record. Back home, you have football game, or many games, to pick from every single day. What do those games have available to you? That's absolutely right. The live in-game lines, the props, and the tight money line splits. Tonight, Ball State takes on Miami of Ohio. The points total for that game is 48. Tomorrow, Northern Illinois is plus 105 on the tight money line splits to beat Western Michigan. And if you're looking ahead to Thursday Night Football, the Ravens minus 270 to beat the Bengals. This sportsbook is packed with games, and they are all waiting for you right now, and when you do win a lot, they won't punish you by limiting your account like some of the other guys like to do. Download Circus Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions. Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over.
Yes, you're not hearing things. This is not Friday.
What day is it?
It's Selection Day. And we are doing predictions for tonight's results. But looking back to last week,
Nick.
because these do count to the season standings.
Everybody whooping dead ass.
No, you're not.
Yes,
you're
I
not
am.
ahead by that much. I'm right on your heels, and I expect you to choke like the Cowboys in the playoffs.
We all got our
upset. Vandy won, Texas Tech won, and Louisville won, even though Nick guessed at the last second.
I told you, I said it on Friday. Whenever he screws up and then has to do it on the fly, he's always right.
But
Thank you,
Nick,
Boston.
Nick had a rough week, though. If it weren't for those predictions, he missed every NFL pick
Yeah, it was rough.
and most of the college picks.
Yeah, I had a great week.
So
That's probably the worst I've done all season, isn't it?
yeah,
We love to see it, Nick.
it's
In third
pretty
place
shaky.
where you
Also,
belong.
Jordan in the YouTube chat asks if it's secret list time.
No, though John has lost the secret list.
Yes.
Boo.
We wait until December for other secret list items.
All right, here we go.
Are we starting local or are we going national?
We're going to start
first?
local. In Congressional District number 2, you have the incumbent Congressman Bacon versus Mr. Vargas. This is the advantage of living in Lincoln, is you didn't see any of these commercials.
We got a ton of these.
My favorite one is the one where it's like liberal Tony Vargas. It's just like that. It was just really funny. The way he said it.
Josh starts. Who wins? Straight up.
Bacon has won every year since 2016, correct?
Mhm.
I'm going to go with Bacon. Even though I know he's not pulling ahead, I don't buy it. Give me Don Bacon.
Vargas.
I think Vargas does it this time.
I already just lost a point, didn't I?
Initiative 434. This is one of the 2 abortion-related initiatives. This is the one that basically keeps the current state law in effect, which allows abortion up through 12 weeks. We did an over-under on this one in terms of percentage of vote for. So the over-under on this is 59.5% for. 59.5% for Initiative 434. Over-under, I'm taking the over.
Under.
I also think it's going to be the over.
Really?
Yeah.
Go, man. Okay, interesting.
Western Nebraska, baby.
Well,
Don't
go
forget.
look at some of the red states when these types of initiatives come up. I'm gonna make a play off of that. Give me the under.
Initiative 439 is the other one that allows abortion up to infant viability. Over under 44.5.
Over.
Under.
See, and I hated these 2 things because they're so similar.
They are similar.
Well, they're not.
But they're not, but you know
I
what
mean, it's the same issue. Yes.
right.
What would be funny is if they both got passed.
Yeah, see, and
But then I think it goes to the governor, right?
I don't remember, but there's a part of me that thinks that will happen because of the confusion of. I mean, it's a very wordy. Both of them are very wordy.
They weren't as wordy as I thought they were in the official language. I thought it'd be a lot longer. The storm bond that we had to vote on in Lincoln had more language than that.
Really?
Yeah, much more.
I'll take the over on this one.
All right. Initiative 437, and there's one of 2 that involve medical marijuana, but this one basically allows for the medical marijuana. The other one was to establish a commission to govern the
oversee
it's
it.
more of
Regulate
a, yeah. So we're just doing the Initiative 437 over under 58.5%.
Is it me first?
Yes.
What did gambling hit? Do you remember in
It was
2020?
It was 60-ish.
Yeah, I'm going over on this. People always vote yes on this type of stuff.
Ditto.
See, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I think everybody likes weed.
So congrats. You guys can start faking injuries now.
People are already calling Matt. We're just picking
It's
stuff.
just predictions, kids.
We're
just picking.
We're not giving opinions.
Stop
we're giving,
crying.
We're giving opinions, but it's opinions on what we think will happen, not what we actually believe should happen. These are predictions.
Things that we think.
So settle down.
My goodness.
U.S. Senate, Fisher versus Osborne. I'm going with the underdog.
Are you really?
I'm going for the other Oz, the guy who cuts TVs with his welding torch.
Took the E off. Nah, yeah, I'm gonna go with Fisher on this one.
I think a lot of people might have a bad taste in their mouth about Deb Fisher.
Well,
she said she wasn't going to run for a third term, and here she is running for a third
so
term.
you're going to say Osborne?
I'm going to say Osborne.
Wow. So I disagree with you two on the first, the people versus people on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
All right. In this district, of course, remember, we parse out our electoral votes based on the district.
People
and in
do
this,
not forget.
And in this district, District 2, there's been many blue dots. I've got Harris over under 55.5% because the last polling had Harris ahead by, I think it was in the 55% range.
Yeah. The 2020 Biden, oh, whoops, this just has the whole state. What was the number in Omaha? Crap, I meant to have it up. I
can give you the latest polling.
No, I just wanted to give you like what happened last time just to kind of have an idea. I'm going to go slightly under on this one. Slightly under.
I want the over here.
The last polling, and this is going off thehill.com, Harris 54%.
Okay.
I'll take the over. You took the
I'm going to go
under, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'm going to stay with it.
And you took
over.
You don't want to push. Biden won 52-46 last time in 2020. I'll go under.
Okay.
Slightly under.
All right. 5 of the battleground states. Who wins in the presidential race? First one up, Arizona.
And what? By the way, we're going to do something in a little bit, and that will be the 7 battlegrounds, but we're just picking the 5.
Yeah.
Trump.
Arizona, who wins?
Trump.
Same.
Harris.
Georgia. Trump.
Same.
Yes, Trump.
That was a close one last time. It was down to like 10,000 votes.
Yeah, I remember.
For Joey B.
Pennsylvania, Nick.
I'm going to go Harris.
Yeah, same.
Same.
Did you see the pictures from that rally yesterday?
Wisconsin.
Harris.
Trump.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh, Nick's going to go for a point there. I'm going to go with Harris. Michigan. I have Harris.
Same.
So
we all like her in the blue wall states.
I mean, I think Walls has done a lot.
No, but I mean I'm saying that tells a story.
Mm-hmm.
If she wins the blue wall states, gonna be hard.
Battleground. Now, this is all the battleground states, which are identified
So
as
we're-
Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Which state will have the biggest margin of victory for the winner?
Points, not population.
Not
points.
Yeah, the percentage. So which of the battleground states will the winner have the greatest margin of victory by percentage points? Nick.
North Carolina.
I'm going Arizona.
Yeah, you know, John, I'm going back and forth between that and Michigan. I'll go Michigan.
Okay,
I'll
we
go
all
Michigan.
have something different.
I'll go Michigan here. We did not do an upset one, right? That was one of the ideas. We're not doing the upset.
Upset of the week would have been
not going to be.
Unless Seltzer's right about Iowa.
Who?
Oh, do you not know about Ann Seltzer?
Who?
Like the best poller in the country?
I've never heard of this person.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
She said Iowa was going blue,
Her name-
and Trump called her a
is
liar.
it a he?
Liar.
No, it's a woman.
Oh,
And
she.
Yeah. She.
She's not Gallup.
No, she.
That's what
The last two. She's been great going back to 2008, and the last 2 presidential elections, her numbers had Trump way better than like other parts of the country, and it was a canary in the coal mine. She had Harris +3 in Iowa.
All right. Now, for this one, this is the popular vote. We're going to do it in millions. So, for example, 25.5 million. That's the number.
The winner will not have that few votes.
No, they won't have that few votes. But this is the winner's total by noon Wednesday. We all wrote these down off the air so that we couldn't, do the thing where we can block somebody out.
Correct.
Josh wrote down
83.5 million votes.
Wow.
Is that what you had?
I have 83.2.
Oh, we are right in line, Nick.
74.3.
All right. Well, it's going to come down to John and I. For the record, if you were wondering what did the winners have? Now, this is the winner of the popular vote, and obviously we know that Trump won with the Electoral College in 16. Biden had 81, almost 81.3.
Mm-hmm.
Trump won with 62.9. That election had very little turnout. Obama won with 65.9, and the first time he won with 69.5.
Nice.
So, but more people are voting now than were back then.
Will there be a concession speech or a reported phone call of concession by the loser before Thursday at noon Central Time.
So this is not, will there be a call by?
This is not a call by the Associated Press or by any of the news. This is a phone call. This is Kamala calling Don or Don calling Kamala saying,
it's done.
I surrender, or congratulations, you're the winner. Or they make a speech saying the same thing. Usually one comes with the other where they concede.
I'm going to say no, but not.
And this is by Thursday noon.
Definitely not.
I'm going to say no, but not because I don't think it'll be done. Maybe.
I'm also going to agree.
Yeah. Now, let me ask, and this maybe gives away my answer for the following question. But what if one of the candidates spoke and said, some people have said that I lost?
Yeah. That's
Would that
I'm
count?
thinking.
No.
Okay.
No, this is an actual concession.
He didn't concede last time.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting on the last one, aren't we?
Yeah, no.
So who wins? The Electoral College. Who will be the next president of the United States of America?
Well, I mean, the path without the blue wall states for Don does not work. So, I mean, assuming, Nevada goes for, no, I guess she could lose Nevada, right? As long as she gets those states, she's fine.
Well, I did the map. There's always the fun
website.
little interactive map. And I plugged in what I thought was going to happen. And if what happens, it's 270 for her, 268 for him.
Yeah, it really will come down to, probably not, but we very much will have a word in the festivities tonight in Omaha.
It blows my mind. It blows my mind how close the last few elections have been.
Yeah, you grew up in an era where it was like the Super Bowl.
I watched it back.
You watched what back?
The 1980 NBC coverage. I believe the race was called before 9:00 our time.
Wow. Was
crazy.
that the one where Reagan won everything? But
Yeah,
Minnesota?
where he crushed Mondale. Mm-hmm. Yeah, just crushed him. Yeah, the race was
9:00
called
Eastern?
9:00. Well, 9:00 Central. So basically an hour after our polls had closed.
That's why
they called the race.
That is incredible.
So
it really is incredible.
I think that there are a record number of young voters turning out for this election, and the young voters are voting for Kamala.
Yeah.
The Kamala wins.
Interesting, but Nick had her losing one of the blue wall states.
I did.
Which state did he have her losing?
You picked Trump in Georgia, and you picked Trump in Wisconsin.
So Nick, for you to be right, you need her to pick up something elsewhere, or you just forgot and you're just trying to get a point.
So we're all going with Harris.
I'm surprised. I figured you were going to go for Don.
Again, this is not.
No, I know. I'm surprised.
This is based on my research.
I know. Yeah.
And plugging it into the map.
I thought I was.
This is what the number came up with.
I was going to get a point on you on that one.
This is the number I came up with. So in other words,
the lamestream media.
To bring it all the way back around full circle, the guy who over here has been bragging all day, oh, the Grumball said Dana Holgorsen. Grumball said Dana Holgorsen.
It did.
You also put in a Grumball that President T would be President T again.
Did I?
Yes. You.
Wait, a Grumball?
I don't know if you said it on the air, but you, all this spring, you moping around. Oh,
did you find it?
He's going to win.
Oh, no, I did on January the 11th. Now, I thought he would be running against Sleepy Joe.
That was still when President B was.
Does
the main
not
contender.
matter. If he's going to count Dana Holgorsen, I'm going to count this.
Yeah, but thankfully we don't keep track of how well we do with the list.
Again, the Grumball sucks.
It's 90%.
No,
it's awesome.
Bad. All right, there you go. We'll see who did best.
By the way, there was a funny comment a few minutes ago from Kenneth. This is sicko stuff, and then adds, any books taking action on this, though?
Oh, yeah.
I used to be on a betting website that had stuff. I had a friend who...
I know that site.
No, it's not the one that you're
Oh, it's not
of.
that one?
No.
Oh.
It was a local bookie.
Oh, okay.
One of my friends made, I think, like $300 in 2020 because at like 9:30, 10 o'clock that night, it was like, oh, wow, he's going to win again. And so he was like, no, I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
He made a nice little amount of money.
Let me look.
You looking at the odds?
Yeah.
They're pretty close to even. I saw somebody tweet out earlier
Here we
today
go.
that they bet Harris at like plus 130.
Action Network. Trump minus 167. Kamala plus 140.
Interesting.
And I believe that is the latest update. So we're all picking
we're all going with the upset.
Picking with the upset according to the books.
Mm-hmm.
The books. The poll, the Hill, which is what I was using to plug in the stuff with the map. They have Trump a 54% chance of winning. That's what they say right now. So there you go.
All right.
See, we can do this.
I thought it was a great discussion.
It was a fine discussion.
People don't
Awesome
get mad when we pick against their team. Actually, wait, they do get mad when we pick against their teams on Fridays.
If we're wrong, we're wrong.
Yep.
You know? And remember, I canceled your vote today.
We had a lot of agreements. I was hoping to pick up some points. Oh, I did.
Oh, no, we had some disagreements.
I guess I disagreed with you on the first 2 Nebraska things we did.
Yeah, I think you're going to
be...
And
the abortion
I think
stuff.
you're going to be way off on that.
Yeah. Hope so.
1620 The Zone, back with content non-political.
Nope, there's no... We are done talking about the election today.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh,
I think Nick did... Oh, you know what?
You never...
Sorry.
Nick never sent it in.
I didn't, but you know what? There is a political... But it involves someone in college football.
Oh, I do know this story. I look
Next
forward to
on
discussing.
1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick, what do we got in content? Sports content, people.
For the most part,
Except for the one
USC is making a quarterback change. Jaden Maeva?
I think it's Maeva.
Will get the nod over Miller Moss next weekend. What does this mean for Nebraska?
Well, it means they'll be facing a first-time quarterback, so they don't. I mean, how much film is out there on him? It is interesting timing, given how well Moss had started the season. This is a team that has as many head case issues as Nebraska does right now. Again, I believe this will be the one flew over the cuckoo's nest bowl in 2 weeks. This is going to be weird. It's going to be very interesting.
That was my exact reaction as well. The vibes seem very, very bad at USC. Nebraska, in theory, could also have a different quarterback, but it would be for injury reasons, at least I think publicly. But, yeah, what does it mean? I don't know, man. Talk about an anxiety bowl with a couple of really frustrated fans, one with their head coach in year 3, one with their head coach in year 2. It just doesn't seem good.
Yeah.
The Chiefs did it again, moving to 8-0 last night with a 30-24 win over the Bucs. Kansas City is back at home next week versus Denver before going to Buffalo and Carolina. Take a look at the rest of their schedule. When are they going to lose their first game?
I mean, certainly the Buffalo one is the most obvious pick. And you know, for anyone who would say, yeah, but the Chiefs own the Bills. They do in January. They do not in the regular season. I'm going to say the Bills. You're going to say the Broncos, aren't you?
Dun, 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 dun,
oh!
dun, 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 dun. It's going to happen on Christmas Day. The Chiefs are going to go in 15-0 to Pittsburgh. And
wow.
I actually now want this to happen. Just because I want to... Imagine how great that would be on Christmas Day.
That really would. Now I'm kind of rooting for them to get to Christmas Day undefeated. It would be pretty fun.
And then
It'd be really interesting.
And then the Steelers just swamp them.
Yeah.
At the not Three Rivers, not Heinz Field, whatever they call it now.
And
no, you know what? It would not shock me if the first loss didn't come in one of those 2 games to Denver.
Definitely. I mean, they beat them last year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be Carolina. I don't think it'll be Vegas.
It's Carolina.
Yeah. I mean, I know that I have a bit with them, but throw in the Chargers. They play a tough physical brand of football. They're not awesome, but they play a tough brand of football, and they're well coached.
Yeah, but their coach is
They're well coached.
Goober.
He's a four-eyed goober, John? Is that what you would say?
Goofy goober.
I'm a goofy goober, yeah. Should the Bucs have gone for 2 at the end of regulation?
I had the tweet ready to go, and then I decided, nah, because I wasn't sure if they were going to score. And then they did score. Of course they should have. Now, hindsight's always 20/20, but man.
I felt that way in the moment, though.
You got Kansas City on the ropes, and Troy Aikman was right. Why did they call the timeout when Trey Palmer got down to the 1-yard line and there was about 35 seconds left? That just left way too much time for Kansas City. Not that they ended up scoring, because it did end up going to overtime, but we all know what this team is capable of in the last 30 seconds of a football game. Yeah, I just wish they would have done it, especially on the road. Just go for it. You got them on their heels. See if you can make it happen. Ott was having a huge game at tight end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would have gone for it. I don't think that you ever want to put Mahomes back on the field for an extended period of time. And look, obviously they could have won the toss in overtime, and then, then maybe he doesn't get the ball. But in that moment on the road, yeah, I definitely would have done it. I would have gone for 2.
Detroit has moved to replace the injured Aiden Hutchinson off the edge as they traded for Browns pass rusher Zadarius Smith. Did the NFC's best just get much better?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, will this make up for the loss of Aiden Hutchinson all the way? No. If he is $1, can Zadarius Smith be 75 cents? Could he be 80?
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you got to kind of think about
and
these
that might
things.
be all they need.
Yeah, the good thing about them for now is, that their offense is a machine. I said this yesterday, man. I continue to be very, very impressed by what they did on Sunday because of the elements. Not because I think Green Bay is like the second best team in the NFC, but because they went and did it in Lambeau on a really bad day. And they got a player thrown out of the game, too. It's a tough football team. It's a really tough football team.
And Smith is a man of the NFC North. He's already played for 2 of the other 3 teams. So, yeah, good move. Good move by Detroit. And, this is the team to beat right now. Now, there's a lot of season left. You never know what might happen. But, man, you talk about the team that has been the most impressive looking all season long. It's been the Detroit Lions.
Josh.
Nick.
How do you feel about the Don't Call Me Anderson Cooper rush experience taking over for Dak Prescott, who was put in the IR with a hamstring injury? How soon before Trey Lance is at the controls of the Cowboys offense?
Wouldn't surprise me if they did the latter at some point just to see what would happen, even though I don't think it would work out very, very well for them. What was the first part of the question? How do I feel? I mean, it's already a lost season. This doesn't really change the way I feel about them moving forward. Their ceiling, I guess, is a little bit lower. Dak's having, I don't know how much of them you've really watched on, he's having maybe his worst season yet. I don't think that he does not look mobile. Do you remember in the offseason when there was that random sighting of him with a boot on? Makes me wonder if there was something going on and he was actually more banged up than he's let on. So, yeah, it's a lost season. I'm not going to root against them, but if they get a high draft pick, I'm not going to be mad about that.
Oh, you don't want to root against them? I mean,
I don't like rooting against my team.
It's very easy to root against them.
Would
They're
you
very
stop
hateable.
it? This sucks, though. I mean, I know we've been saying this with Nebraska this week, too. You look forward to this all year long. Season. I'm not even engaging very much with NFL stuff right now. I'm just kind of sad. I miss Peter King. Miss his Monday column.
He was in Lincoln 2 weeks
I
ago.
saw that. I miss his column, though. He can tweet, but I miss his column.
You miss his Musk?
I do.
For the first time in quite some time, Creighton and Nebraska will not play their final baseball game of the season against each other at Charles Schwab Field. Rather, the Huskers and Jays will meet for the second time at Haymarket Park in Lincoln. Do you like this?
This is a break from tradition. I can't remember the last time in the season-long 3-game series that 2 of the games were played in Lincoln, but apparently this was something that Will Bolt wanted to do. And so now, at least for the foreseeable future, it sounds like this series will be 2 games in Lincoln, 1 game in Omaha, and then the next year, 2 games in Omaha, 1 game in Lincoln.
Interesting.
I like this game,
from
but I don't want to go to
my
Lincoln
selfish
for it.
perspective, it's an extra game in Lincoln for me.
Yeah, you'll love it, right? For that reason alone.
But a lot of the appeal, because it used to be back before the Chuck, it was a game at the CU Sports Complex, a game at Haymarket or Buck Belzer, and then the third game was at Rosenblatt, home of the College World Series. Then, of course, the Jays' home became the home of the College World Series.
And so one of them is they're the home team, and the other it's a neutral game, technically, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. I don't hate it. I mean, mainly because if they're going to every other year, they'll have 2 games here, right? So, in my opinion, it's not
I
a big deal.
I understand. I guess part of me understands why Will Bolt would want to do this, but the other part of me is you do get an extra bounce in the RPI.
That's true.
Even when you come to Omaha in a so-called neutral site, you do get a little extra bounce in the RPI. But I also understand from being at home in their home ballpark. I get that too.
Also, you're missing the fact that that's my birthday, and I like watching Creighton baseball, and I like this game, but I don't want to have to go to Lincoln on my birthday to watch it.
What does that do with anything?
It's not fair.
Oh, Nick.
Yes,
it's all that crime. You're scared of the crime.
Well, boys, it's election night. I don't know if you knew that, but don't know if you've heard. How late do you plan on staying up tonight as the results roll in?
I don't know.
I imagine that I will make it past midnight. I was thinking about that this morning. How late did I stay up in the previous ones? In 2020, it was so different because they had to count for days and days. In 2016, I went to bed, I think, like 15 minutes before Trump spoke because it seemed like he was going to speak for an hour where it was like, he's going to speak soon. And so I stayed up that night probably till 2:30. I will not be staying up until 2. We have show stuff to do tomorrow.
Yeah.
At 9:30.
Yeah.
So I definitely will not be staying up till 2:30.
I honestly
probably
don't know.
midnight-ish.
I honestly don't know.
We'll see.
I really don't know. It depends on how good the maps are and stuff and how engaging it is.
There you go.
And if there's
pretty colors on the TV for John.
If there's tornado warnings and stuff,
well, let's hope that there's
none people
of
in
those.
the field.
The Libs are keeping Dabo Sweeney from voting. Dabo, whose given name is William, was locked out of voting in South Carolina because a William Sweeney had already voted. Dabo says that is his son. The Clemson coach had to file a provisional ballot, and a hearing on the matter will be held Friday. Typical Democrat voter suppression, am I right?
Yeah. Imagine that. The Dems want all the non-citizens to vote, but not Dabo Sweeney. Apparently, it's incredible. Incredible that they would lock this good man out.
Did you see that Dabo voted today?
He voted, but they have to have a hearing about it just to verify that the William Sweeney...
I thought you loved verification.
I do.
So you were actually a fan of this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I showed my ID today, and it didn't hurt me. It didn't cause me any great stress. I wasn't like, oh my God.
I didn't show my ID today, but that is because I was an early voter.
Wow, you broke the law.
No, I had to show it when I early voted, so I didn't show it today. I don't get why we don't get stickers if you do early vote. In other states, they send you a sticker.
Not only did I show my ID, I showed the ID of the dead guy who I also voted for.
Nice, Nick.
That
Very
was a
well
joke.
done.
That was a joke.
Have you seen?
It's not a joke.
Have you seen what the Michigan I voted stickers are? It's like a Wolverine taking off a shirt. Little kids drew their I voted stickers.
That's cool.
It's really sweet.
If I am a Spartan fan, I am so triggered.
Oh, that's a good call, John.
I saw one that said, "Oh, I voted."
Here, I'll show you. Oh, no, it's a werewolf. It's not a Wolverine. My bad.
A werewolf?
A werewolf. They had a contest with children. And here,
Why
I'm
would
going
they pick a werewolf?
Because it was
Werewolves
fun.
are cool.
So here we
John.
go.
They're scary.
So there's the werewolf. There was a fish for some reason, and whatever that thing is. Meanwhile, ours are boring as hell.
Yeah.
It just says I voted today.
I voted today.
It looks like one you buy off of Amazon.
Yeah, anybody
Well, it
could have
probably
bought this.
was. You know what? And we probably saved money. Ours in Lincoln were these.
What is
I
that?
can show it.
Oh yeah,
Other
yours
way.
is way better than the Omaha
Yeah,
one.
there's some pizzazz on that one. Mine is just white.
I wanted
circle.
mine to say I canceled your vote today, but they didn't have those.
Maybe they could.
Maybe they could.
All right.
What's for dinner?
Next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
The wife says she's not cooking, so I'm not sure what's going on.
You could try cooking.
She's not cooking.
You could try cooking for your wife, John. That'd be nice.
No, that sounds
she's
like
already eaten.
So you're going to probably get some on the way home.
I'm going to probably have to. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what's left over at the house.
That's what I did in 2020. I just got food on the way home. We're going out. Don't know where. Figure something out.
Oh, celebrating Don's win. Nice.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
I'll also probably just pick up something on the way home. I got some stuff to do here.
Well, friends, the results are coming.
I know. John just turned the channel.
That's
We're
right.
awaiting it.
The only result that matters. The college football playoff. Of course, it doesn't matter because
look at this. They have to explain it. So here are the top 5 conference champs. Here are the other teams. But only 4 of the conference champs get to go to the quarterfinals.
I mean, think about this, Josh. Think about this, Josh. Forever, we are still explaining to people the difference between a watch and a warning. Okay?
That's true.
So we've got many, many, many more years of this. And the best part is after this year and next year, they're going to change it again and probably even make it more convoluted where it's,
Well, now the top 4 SEC teams automatically get in, and the top 4 Big 12 teams automatically get in. Oh, but they could get some more teams in, too, if we decided.
One Big 12 team is a treat.
Yeah.
Oh, and we'll give 1 bid to the ACC.
Seriously, we talked about it yesterday, but this last weekend, if you were someone who was hoping for 2 teams from the Big 12 or 2 teams from the ACC, aka not as many from the SEC, this last weekend hurt you because a lot of teams lost, and I think that they hurt their ultimate bids.
Friends, remember, no matter if Indiana is rated 5th or 11th, the sun will rise tomorrow. So please be kind to each other and look out for your fellow Indiana Hoosier fan.
I can't wait to show up tomorrow and tell John why he was wrong on Indiana.
Or Happer?
Yeah, no, I think Happer was more on my side, though.
Oh.
In terms of where they'll be ranked.
Fair.
Yeah. Bye!
Bye.